Councillors.
What's wrong with you? You were locking the power room down.
Test 1 2. Testing. Let me just. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound 1 2 1 2. Testing 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 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing check 1. Okay. Testing check 1 is good. Councillors, can you settle down, councillors? Councillors, can you settle down, please? Councillors, can you please settle down? you please settle down? Councillors, can you please settle down? Councillors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of Council, Councillor Vasco da Gama. Ke le dumedise makhanselara re tla ho ba le motsotso wa ho khutsa.
Please rise.
Kopa re neng ka maoto. Re kopa go le mo maoto. Makhansela bakeng sa ba le motsotso. Le bua holo le ka dula fatshe.
Okay.
Notified that the 7th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality held on Wednesday, 31st August 2022 at 10 o'clock at the Constance Konibapela Council Chamber, Metropolitan Center. Opening. All right. Majoro wa phethahatso wa toropo ya Johannesburg Mokgotla Mayas.
Leaders, members of the mayoral committee, chair of chairs, Councillor Colleen Makubele, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, acting city manager, acting secretary to council, Mr. Molekwa, officials of the city of Johannesburg, residents of the city of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 7th council meeting of the city of Councillors. This morning I start with some good news. The MECE for COP, Mr.
Lebohang Mahe.
On the normal councils. Since our last ordinary council meeting, the city of Johannesburg and the country have lost a number of notable artistic and political figures.
Nilahlekelwe abaningi ababenegalelo emsebenzini ngakho kungaba kuhle ukuba sicabange ngabo uDon Matera, uJesse Duarte, uRita Nzanga, uNa Adam.
Icons. Let us not forget our community members in our Westbury, Annandale, Reveille, and others have been marred by the recent violent shootings. Can we rise, please? Thank you. You may be seated. During this time, there have also been some positive news. A new Miss South Africa was crowned. The city of Johannesburg wishes Miss Ndavi Nokeri well in her reign this year. And earlier this month, the Zulu King Kazwelithini was crowned in a traditional ceremony. On behalf of the city of Johannesburg, I wish him well in the reign of his kingdom as well. The legislature has hosted 3 weekends of successful votes. It was heartening to see the ward committee members who are committed to working in our local communities and being that bridge between government and the community needs. The last week of it will take place on Saturday, and the ward governance unit will begin planning on the 1st of October. It's quite important that of this date so that you are able to engage with your plan properly to ensure that that becomes part of the budget. The City of Johannesburg Legislature is committed to consistent interaction with the residents in every community. Through the successful IDP sessions we hosted earlier this year that saw increased community inputs to the upcoming community-based plan, the legislature through its ward governance unit will continue to assist and local communities in identifying the resources that exist within each community and how resources can best be utilized to provide the social support that will be of the most benefit. We have a duty in Johannesburg to show action with local government has an impact on their day-to-day lives. The positive reception I have received at the ward committee inductions show our residents are to engage with local government to goal of repairing the city. As I remind elected ward committee members, when they sit in their meetings, they represent not just those that elected them. When we enter this chamber as councillors, represent the interest of the residents of the entire city of Johannesburg. With those words, I once more welcome you all to this meeting. At this point, I will ask legal advisors to confirm the numbers of councillors present so as to confirm a quorum. Legal? Will we allow 5 minutes? Just thanks. Councillors, while we wait for the confirmation, I've also received requests for a income. There is 30 items, and when we go into in committee just before the motions, we will deal with that at that time. And then there is another request on an item that has been asked for by the executive and one of the recruitment items also for the agenda. Those have been circulated and you should have them. Yeah. Councillors, at this point, there is 250 councillors in the chamber, and there is still people signing, so there will be an update later.
Options for leave of absence?
Received any applications for leave of absence? Can I please ask the whips just to Councillor Mtina, is there any from the ANC?
We don't have.
You don't have, okay. I saw Emily Harris' hand.
Sorry, Speaker. I'm just being informed by the DCW that we have one councillor who's running late, Councillor Kuma.
Councillor?
Kuma.
Okay, thank you. They will record that. MMC?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Is to leave at around about 5 o'clock. We have an urgent meeting that we have to attend to.
Councillor? Councillor Rafferty?
Thank you, Speaker. Just Councillor Joria Kaldun.
Morning.
Thank you, Councillor. Is it Councillor Rafferty?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Anja?
Thank you, Speaker. From the EFF side, we've got Councillor Amos, who will be arriving late because he's having a family bereavement, but he will be coming later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further apologies at this time? Any further hands? Those are the apologies, thanks. Councillors, is the apologies noted? Councillors, is the apologies noted? Thank you.
Official notices, statement by the Executive Mayor.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to fellow councillors. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 77.3 billion rand budget kicked in on the 1st of July, and it is at work. And I'm starting to feel pinch. We've been meeting with various private sector stakeholders, and they're ready to work with us on repair and rebuild of Johannesburg. Joburg is also open for business. Conferences, festivals, and sporting events are back, as you may be aware, and processes are also at an advanced stage that will enable us to mitigate load shedding. The RFQ, as we speak, is with National Treasury for sign off. So soon we'll be able to report back on that. Enjoy the council today. Looking forward to a fruitful meeting. Okay.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillors, please join me in wishing the following councillors well as they celebrate their birthdays during the month of August, including those who celebrated their birthdays in July, as there was no council meeting scheduled for July. In July, it was Councillor Chauke, KL, Councillor Catrias, Councillor Delwaria, Councillor Khalishiwa, Councillor Kumalo, Councillor Kukamur, Councillor Libatlan, Councillor Masuku, welcome Councillor. Pretty well long absent, but welcome. Councillor Nisi, Councillor Musitla, Councillor Mpefu, Councillor Ngobeni, Councillor Ngwenya, Councillor Papu, Councillor Reddy, Councillor Shange, and Councillor Zia. July, so we really wish you well and hope you enjoyed your birthdays. For August, Councillor Ahmad, Councillor David Green, Councillor Annette Deppy, I believe yours was yesterday or day before, Councillor Durant, Councillor Francisco, Councillor Freshling, Councillor Jonker, Councillor Lenders, Councillor Mabile SS, Councillor Madiba, Councillor Mate, Councillor Mahapi, Councillor Mulife, Councillor P, and Councillor Ndo NL, Councillor Nkoko, Councillor Nokumbi, Councillor Ntuli, Councillor Peterson, Councillor Reddy S, and Count LM. We really wish you well for this month, and if your birthday is still coming, I think this is the last. Happy birthday.
Speaker, you missed one.
Councillor?
List a short one. Today is Councillor Chris Evans Smith's birthday.
The Councillor Evan Smith. I don't know how we missed that. Back to list next time.
Minutes.
1 minute. Sorry, Secretary. Rise, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker, for affording me the opportunity. I thought during your announcement and your birthday wishes, you would just, as a courtesy call, announce the critical speaker. And because we see Mr. Mulekwa is here, but we wanted to note as the ANC, to noted speaker, that cry, the flagrant wasteful expenditure, paying 3 secretaries to council. We finally could have gone to better use to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. But be as it may, I can see you are forcing him. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you forward. Thank you.
Confirmation of minutes, yes.
Next, sixth ordinary council meeting held on the 2nd and 23rd of 2022. And the 7th extraordinary on the 10th and the 15th August of 2022.
Arnolds,
Speaker,
you're on the list on the confirmation of minutes, Councillor.
okay, are you, thanks,
That's of the sixth ordinary meeting and the seventh ordinary meeting.
okay, I'm speaking on the minutes of the meeting, the Wednesday and the Monday tenant. Is it okay? Or you're not there?
You start next?
No, I have nothing on those.
Okay, then the seventh,
No,
ordinary meeting council held on the 10th and the
Yeah.
15th.
on that.
Yeah, that's
Speaker, and I'm fighting mode. And don't listen to what I'm saying before you applause or say anything.
Councillor, you are protected.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not in the fighting mode because the gangsters are in Eldorado Park. We almost lost Councillor Dwayne last. If he didn't jump out of his car, the bullet would have hit him from the back in his chest. And we are all under siege as councillors in Eldorado Park. Baklani. The only issue is page 37. But I also want us to defer this to the next council meeting, not today, where there is resolve accordance to its resolutions 5 and 27 May 2022 note and formally accept the acting appointment of Mr. Malekwa, who started duties on the 8th. And that council, the issue that I want to bring through here is that we all know the meeting was chaotic, and whatever was resolved, some of us could not even resolve. So kan ons asseblief die minutes defer na die volgende vergadering toe, so that we can meeting. I thank you.
Councillor Smith,
I don't have any,
thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rainton,
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have one addition I'd like to have noted, please, on the minutes for the 10th and the 5th, 27 of those minutes, 10th and the 15th, yes. Page 27 at announcements, it just says the meeting was adjourned at 01:30 a.m. I think it's just prudent that we just add the date. It's then the 11th of August that actually happened. It was the next day.
who make that change? Councillor Dummy,
Morning, Speaker, thank you. I think they're okay with the minutes.
thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor,
Thank you, Speaker. We just want to second what said that maybe we should defer the minutes to the next meeting, because when you look at the minutes, the true reflection of what happened, and there are no conclusive decisions on what happened, the appointment of the, so we'd like you to defer the next meeting so that we can be able to engage them. And then it should state to what happened on the last council sitting.
Whistler,
Speaker, it's not Whistler, it's on the Schijf. Page 26, we would just like to change MMC Ngubeni to MC Ngubeni F, page 26, and then on page 66, the last paragraph, the spelling of Councillor
Councillor, if you can just quickly where it is on page 6.
26 paragraph, the first sentence.
Okay.
So that's 26, and then on page 66, the last paragraph, if we can just change of Councillor Cotriel's surname. Thank you.
Is that the set of minutes, the 6th ordinary council meeting? Because this one doesn't have 6.
Amendment would be on the second set of minutes.
Thank you. Councillors, there was a request for us to refer this minutes to the next meeting. And I have to ask the House, is that agreed that we refer the next council meeting? It's agreed. Thank you. So the meeting of the 15th, the minutes will be referred to the next council meeting.
Questions for oral reply. Notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, Sub-Rule 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillors, those questions are on one. Councillor Danja?
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know whether I'm sleeping on duty. I didn't see any adoption and the secondment of those minutes that were discussed because the minutes of
the 6th, Councillor. Absolutely correct.
Yes, all of them. All of them are deferred. The one for the 22nd and the 20th.
First one, there was agreement on. It's only the one on the 10th and the deferred. If that's how I read the House. Councillors then ask at this time of the 6th ordinary meeting, is those agreed to? I can't hear you, councillors. Thank you very much. Then obviously the ones on the 10th, for the 10th and the 15th is deferred to the next council meeting. Councillors, the questions as posed is on your first volume. Starting from page 2. Councillor Danja.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good. And the resident of Johannesburg sitting up there in the gallery and those who are watching at home. My question, Speaker, is in line with EFF Cardinal Pillar number 7 open, accountable, and corrupt-free government without fear of victimization. That's what we stand for. I hope Councillor Leonard is here, the Corporate and Shared Services, because I'm going to hold her accountable for this question. Thank you very much to ask this question, looking straight in your face, MMC. MMC, I want to ask for Group Corporate and Shared Services, Councillor Leonard, following question for oral reply in Rule 105, one of the standing rules. In January 2021, this House for the City of Johannesburg to conduct a lifestyle audit of all City of Johannesburg councillors, senior executives, and officials as a resolution of council. It was passed in this House, that resolution. This lifestyle audit conducted by council should be based on the framework and the parameters of the South African Revenue Services lifestyle audit. The person included in the city's lifestyle audit, as I've mentioned, of the current term of office, all officials from the level of directors to the city manager, and all senior managers of the municipal-owned entities. And the lifestyle audit is to be commenced within 60 days, as from the date of this resolution being passed by council, and concluded within 6 months from the commencement date, being from January 2021. Can Group Corporate and Shared Services, MMC Leonard, please tell us when is the lifestyle audit of all City of Johannesburg councillors, senior executives, and officials to be implemented by the city? If you are in the government, that is option. Thank you very much.
MMC not.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank you, Council. It is correct, Speaker, that Council resolved during 2021 under the previous political leadership that lifestyle auditors and senior officials in the city. The matter, however, did not receive any attention within the prescribed timeframe by the previous administration. We are thus in the process of confirming whether this item was carried over from the previous term, and we will revert back to Council. In terms of process, this will be legal and contract so that the correct legal processes are followed and implementation can then proceed. Should it meet all the requirements, then we can proceed with a report back within the initial year. Having said that, I have absolutely no issue with this particular question, and I think it was a good motion that was passed during Council in the previous term. It's a pity, however, that it did not receive the attention it deserved. Thank you, Speaker.
The resolution of the council that was taken by the council, because the council resolved is that it was passed the council, now it's required by law. Except the council itself, I think has to see that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure what other response I can give. The motion is supposed to be carried out in 6 months from January 2021. That was not done. And unfortunately, I cannot speak for why that was not done. But I can, however, very seriously look into this issue. As I said, we do not have an issue with it, nor the motion. Neither does so from a previous call back to council with the intention of the answer, but we do need to check that it has been carried out. Unfortunately, as we know,
The point of order is that
Councillor North is the incumbent in that office. And she must not do the fiscal administration. She's there now. And she must be based on which she's going to give this house and answer the
You have not asked the question, but given the councillor that asked the question to ask the question firstly and a follow-up. You should have covered it there.
It's not a follow-up, Speaker. It's a point of order.
She is the person responding.
I can't just ask a point of order when she starts. You're going to start. When must I ask you?
Okay.
Speaker, my point of order is that she is the head of that office at the moment. And she must stop bringing other people who are there. She's there, she must know it, and she must answer. The least she can do is to say, I'll give you the relevant answer. But she's giving her, which has got no time limit. Don't leave that office without giving us an answer. Thank you.
As you know, we are dealing with over 2 years' worth of non-return on implementation of decisions in council. So it's quite a lot of information to get through. I'm not sure why it didn't come to council. I'm not blaming anyone. We will certainly deal with it because that is what the dealing with the resolution of council. So we will come back to council with a proper process plan in terms of this resolution. The only thing that needs to be checked, as I advised, is whether or not it carries over from the previous term. This resolution applies to a different set and we need to confirm that it is indeed carried over into this term. However, having said that, and as I said this before, we are not questioning whether or not this needs to be done. It is a good idea. It was a resolution and it is important. Therefore, we will report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think one that already says important. Second, that's what she said. Okay. Councillors, the
motho e mong ya latelang lethamong la rona ke mokhanselara Danja hape.
Speaker of Council, Councillor
e ne le motion wa EFF ke hobaneng ha o bile le ho dintho di diehile re bone letho le tshalang re bona samente le re bona taka fela hobaneng ntho di diehile re a leboha ho hlalosetse bona hobaneng ntho di diehile. MC Mbombi ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano. JPC e nkeleditse hore mehaho e lokelang ho fetolwa lefapha le la fumana kganyetso e le nngwe tabeng ya ho tswa ho lefapha la architecture la Johannesburg la University ya Johannesburg. Mme ke sona se bakileng tiehiso hore be re hopotsa taba ena. Taba di tla loka. Ke a leboha MMC. Mo-councillor Danja ya ko sa na hona le ke a utlwa ke
Pray that even now, why is there a delay? When is implemented? He must just give us the date and the time. Where Scott like MMC, they are not as mentioned before. We'll be happy, but he must explain. Give us the deadline, please, so that we know when is the project going to start. Because the communities they are asking is what is happening there. Especially those who are even staying there, they are worried. They don't know whether the city is going to relocate them and give them an alternative accommodation. They are scared. So can you just give us a clarity which financial year that they are going to? Thank you.
MMC Mbundu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the question was, can the MMC tell us why there is, and I've answered the question as to why there's a delay. If the councillor wanted to know when, they could easily have asked when. So I've answered as per the question. Exactly what the question asked. The question of when was not even part of this question. If it was put in context, we would get the right answer. I cannot imagine what the councillor is thinking. I can only respond down in the follow-up.
There is a problem, Sitla. What is your point of order? MMC, will you put your mic off? Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. What's about Nagamopedi, ne? Marakia Kushisha or when? Iragori. Ne? And we are medium of communication in most cases in this council. So when means
Councillor Msitla,
period.
what is the point of order?
The point of order is that the MMC was asked a follow-up, and a follow-up question not be part, the exact part of the main question.
Thank you.
So this is a follow-up. Stop hiding and give us the date.
Thank you, Councillor. Will you please switch off your mic? Thank you. MMC, please.
If I knew when, I would answer when. However, we will do a follow-up with the JPC and provide today. I don't know the answers as to when, because the when was not asked. So I understand where it comes from. And since the when was not asked, I will go back and ask the when from my entities and come back and provide feedback. Thank you.
MMC councillors. Councillor Danja, MMC Health.
Thank you very much. This question, we are asking it during the closing day of the Women's Month. Women's Month, of course. It's for all the women and the girl children of the city of Johannesburg who are listening. I'm asking this question about development. I think it's so first. So I don't see him. Is he here? But I don't see him. Jeff, stand up. I'm asking this question to you. Don't hide. The question, Speaker, in 2021, this has been calling for all City of Johannesburg clinics. It was passed in this house, this motion, Speaker, to provide to all indigent women and girl child, including women with disabilities, widows, LGBT, and the elderly by all the city of Johannesburg clinics. When they go there and get their medication, you give them the sanitary pads so that you can restore their dignity. Speaker, I'm asking the MMC source. I can see he's trying to hide himself there. MMC source, when is the for the city of Johannesburg clinics to provide free sanitary towels to all indigent women and girl child, including women with disabilities, widows, LGBTIQs, and the elderly, by all city clinics going to be implemented? Actually, we put that motion because we care for the women of the city. Thank you very much.
MMC's source the first.
Thank you, Speaker. We are being shot at and we don't hide. What makes you think I'll hide from you? So, to answer your question, I note the confidence with which you say that the resolution of 2019, the council has resolved, or the motion was actually passed. My department made an inquiry in his office to find out whether the 2019 resolution was actually passed that you are referring to. We know that there is no record of this being passed. I would encourage you to please, you have information different from what we received. My office is open because we care. Please come and then show me the resolution that you are referring to. But since there does not seem to be such a resolution, the department has not implemented, to be true, the department has not implemented such a program. Indeed, our health facilities are currently not engaging in any mess program to provide towels to all indigent women and girl children. The health department does, however, once off sanitary towels after an examination. The health department also contends that the ability for such sanitary products should be under the purview to carry the responsibility for indigent families, since the health mission of prevention, promotion, and curative health. I have engaged the social development department, and I agree with you, Councillor. I definitely agree with you that as a city, we need to do more and find ways. All that being said, because we believe in what you are saying, even though we could not find the resolution, however, the health department has initiated a project or a program that we call the hashtag We Care Dignity Pack Drive to collect sanitary products to make a difference for women and girls who face period department's We Care culture. The acronym CARE for us as a department means call to act with passion, respond with compassion, and execute our duties with military precision. The collection drive month and Disability Day in December includes female sanitary products, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and lotion, as well as sunscreen, cream. I have confirmation from Dr. Arthur, the Deputy Director for Health Information Systems, that selected women will be given a 6-month supply. This one to make someone happy, the implementation must be over a 6-month period, so that there is form of continuity of care. All distribution, the collection drive will allow each sub-district or region to draw up a list of vulnerable women living in an area located on the database. This will be based on ward information databases. Packages will be delivered by ward-based outreach teams. The collection to MMC Sun. The collection bins are sponsored up and have been placed already as we speak, has been placed in offices of the group heads, directors, offices in each of the sub-districts, Department of Health on the 4th floor, and offices of all COJ entities. In addition to this staff donations, the department will also buy additional stock as well as approach corporate organizations for donations. So, Councillor Dandwa, I would encourage you to also take part in the Dignity Pet project. I can't.
Councillor Danjwa, is there a follow-up?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm actually worried again that the motion that was out, because I remember that motion was seconded by the ANC as well. But we will get that submit to your office. So it worries me that there are records that are missing in council. But also, in terms of this we care project, we just want to check criteria for this we care project in terms of allocating those sanitary pets. I just want to check the criteria.
MMC Sons the first.
Vulnerable within the city, just as the councillor, when he asked the question, he was speaking to a specific segment of people. So we too have that same understanding.
Thank you, MMC. Bengwa?
My question, thank you for...
Councillor Bengwa, if you can just take the mic closer to your mouth.
Speaker, can I be protected?
Councillors, please. Please, councillors, give the councillor an opportunity to speak. He looks smart. He's got a bow tie on. He's beautiful today. Councillor? Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Protected. Councillor.
Okay. I appreciate the you relate. My question is that is dealing with health, social development. How many undocumented...
Councillor, I can't hear you.
Okay.
If you can just be... Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
I would like to go back to quote what happened. See, Souls the First recently indicated that Johannesburg health facility are burdened by undocumented immigrants following his surprise visit to Rahima Musa Hospital on the 1st of April 2022. I hope MMC Souls remember that fateful visit. My question is, how many undocumented immigrants are treatment in our city clinics and health facilities around areas like F, Region A, the dispute area, Zandspruit, and Orange Farm? I expand my question to further say, is there any plan to ease the duty experienced by the city facilities? If yes, how many will it be implemented? If no, why not? Because we are in that place and we need to understand what we're spending.
MMC Smalls the first.
Speaker, there was seems to be an addition to the question. It was not It's not on the quit. However, I will attempt to transparently answer the second half of the question. The first half of the question, the councillor asked whether I do remember my visit to Rahima Musa, my surprise visit. Councillor, I do remember it very well. Just like a video went viral of a gentleman that was dressed. So, to answer your question, Councillor, truly, the question about how many undocumented immigrants receive medical treatment. In terms of the, I'm unable to give that to you. The reason why is because personal patient level profile data such as undocumented race, etc., are not given to our health information database. It is not, it doesn't do that. We are therefore unable to receive the amount, that's the truth. However, as a department building a brand new e-health system that will make provision for the collection of the current that you are referring to. This will be rolled out at the start of 2023. In terms of the surprise question that you just slipped in there, transparently so, as the MMC, so that everyone knows about the recent visit to the MEC for Health in Limpopo and MMC of Health here, I agree with the sentiments as and what has been taken by her. Because we need to put the needs of first, and when we have to make a choice, especially when it comes to this, we need to ensure we do not deprive others on the level of humanity, but that also we show patriotism by ensuring that we put the residents of South Africans first in terms of primary health care. We are actually, we all agree on that. Is what model will we use to implement that? I want to reassure you, we are actually engaging on how to do this. I can't specifics, but we are also the migration policy which would articulate specifically things such as this. So I think the best I can do is reassure you that we are committed to the cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Councillor Begwa, if you can stand. MMC, can you see things?
Hear your commitment, MMC, the first. To expand my question as to whether this international people are for the services that we are giving them, and if they are not paying, what are the measures you're going to be putting in place? It's not a laissez-faire kind of situation. We are not. Speaker, can you protect old men?
Well, there's a point of order.
Somebody was just protruding.
Please take your seat first. Councillor Mpahlela.
Thank you. Point of order on Councillor Bengwa, Renardo foreign nationals.
Councillor Mpahlela.
Yes, best.
No.
have said my point of order.
You are now getting an argument into council.
Speaker, I know.
What is
even my chair is broken. Speaker.
Address the point of order.
Yeah, I'll raise the point of order, but first let me address you because you are interrupting me. My chair is broken, Speaker. Who done it or for what reason? But then my chair is broken. Next time your children Bangwa, because of your surname, the services in Africa as Africans, the only foreigners are here, they are white.
You are not here to argue.
Yeah,
Ask a supplementary
it's
question.
fine. I wanted to put Councillor Mpahlele in proper understanding. In my statement, I said international. I never said foreign nationals. So let's agree. Or sometimes
Councillor Mbengwa, can I please ask you to concentrate on the question that you must, your supplementary to the MMC, please.
MMC, as I understand how much is spent on these international people that are repeating our systems.
MMC solves the first. I see a hand at the back, MMC, before you stand up. Councillor.
Thanks very much, Speaker. You know, when the first question was posed, I wanted to get clarity before there is your point of order. Yes, it is a point of order. On the previous speaker, I raised my hand when you were speaking. You saw it speak. Yeah, it's more clarity before the question is given an answer. Initially, Mengwa mentioned Orange Farm when he was giving the first question. So I just wanted to know whether the question also represents us, because we don't share the same sentiments as him.
Councillor, please take your seat. MMC, if you can respond to Councillor Mbengwa.
This is a very touchy subject, and we must just be clear that when we talk, it is not hatred toward anybody. There must be a difference between being xenophobic and being patriotic. So when we deal with these issues, we are dealing with the fact that, Speaker,
Councillor, can I please to contain yourself? The MMC is on the floor. Allow him to respond.
Yeah. So what we are dealing with here is not immigration. We welcome everyone in our country. We are dealing with illegal immigration, which is affecting and putting pressure on our health system at the expense of run away from it. And so that issue must be there. But we cannot deny anyone medical services. So when documented or undocumented immigrants visits our clinics, they are not turned away. It will be inhumane to do that. And they are receiving free services just like South Africans are.
MMC, there's another point of order. Councillor, please state your point of order first. What is the point of order?
MMC said he doesn't know, so he cannot come here and tell us that, the foreigners are putting pressure on He's putting up. He cannot come here and lie, please. He doesn't know. He said he doesn't.
Up an argument, it's not your.
Yeah, but he said he doesn't know. He doesn't record the. So how does he know?
Please take it
on the budget.
Please take a seat. Thank you. MMC, please.
The councillor is slightly confused with my response. And I am open and transparent in saying we don't have the accurate number of undocumented foreigners that are receiving medical services. I'd be lying if I say that we do. I'm not denying that there are undocumented foreigners that are receiving medical services. So it's a fact.
MMC, point of order, if you don't mind taking it. Please raise the point of order first.
Yes, that's the point of order. If you don't know, anyone who is a descendant of Jan van Riebeck never came here with any document. It's a foreign. So anyone attending to our hospital.
Council.
Thank you.
Council. MMC, please continue. If you can finish it. Thanks.
So I think in terms of the supplementary question that Councillor has asked, I appropriately answered him.
Thank you, MMC Source. Speaker. From the EFF. Speaker. Sorry, not Kadebe. Councillor Potter.
No, Speaker. Speaker.
Somebody's calling me. I can't see you.
Yes.
Councillor Mbeng.
Right, because I wanted to do additional follow-up on...
No, you've done it already, Councillor. If I did. No wonder. Yeah. Councillor. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a ward councillor in Region B, and there are 12 wards. We believe that during the day shift, there are only between 6 to 10 JMPD officers available to serve 12 wards. Region B under-resourced, and it would seem that most of the officers have been deployed to them. MMC, through you, Speaker, does JMPD have any intention of allocating Region B? The region can have more than 6 to 10 officers available per day shift. Good day. Thank you.
MC Pere.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is true that we've got...
Councillor Arnold, please, can you allow the MMC to respond? Thank you. Thank you. MMC, please go on.
Thanks. It is true that we've got short regions, but the real cause of that was that the 1,500 that were deployed or recruited, we didn't have the infrastructure number. They have the tool of trade. So when we started, I think for the last 6 months, and I'd like to thank Mama Wood of Travel that infrastructure number. So they got, majority of them have got now infrastructure number means that they are able to write the citation. Previously, they were not, they were just there, but with nothing. They've got bulletproof vests now, they've got infrastructure number and tools of trade. So we deploy them, and in fact we have started to deploy them, but we start with where the risk is. Already in Region E, we have deployed plus minus 66 officers. Next week, we're going to deploy different 600 officers that are in the inner city will go back to the regions, but with full infrastructure, not just to be visible there. So you are going to have them. You can talk to me this.
Thanks, MMC. Our regions will be capacitated. The risk in Region B is the Rosebank CBD, the Randburg CBD, and other high-risk areas. And yeah, the follow-up question is, are there enough JMPD vehicles in the fleet currently? And related to that, is there capacity to acquire more vehicles on the fleet tenders that we have, which are known to be problematic? Thank you.
MMC Tembe.
Yes, thank you. You talk about Rosebank and other areas like the inner city center. Yes, I had a meeting with the business people of Rosebank. We have identified the issues that have been raised there, and the executive mayor, I think 2 weeks ago or last week, shared the same meeting with them and discussed about those issues. Yes, we are going to have them. With regard to vehicles, yes, MMC North is busy running with it. We are going to have vehicles, but the one that we are having, we can utilize it better as long as the officer don't take it home. Because if they take it home, it's a matter of leadership that we need to strengthen. Yes, we are covered and we will be visible. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. To the MMCs.
Questions for written reply of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, Sub 2 of the Indian Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillor Arnolds. No, 1 minute. Executive Mayor, sorry.
Executive, Speaker. Speaker, I thought you spoke about oral questions. Is this where I table the written questions?
No, it's the tabling of the written questions.
All right, thank you. Relax. Calm down. Calm down. Speaker, the written replies have been uploaded on the drive. I hereby present them for acceptance by council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Secretary.
Executive Mayor's question time of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 112 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillor Arnolds, you have a question?
Thank you, Speaker. This camera. Executive Mayor, my question to you today is from the AIC, together with all the minority opposition parties. Since you've been in office since November, ma'am. Speaker, the snake here, can we please call the
snake to order.
The snake to order. Okay. Minority opposition parties as well as the AIC We'd love to know when a report will come to council that will inform all of us what the legal expenditure for the 130, the popular 130 was, the legal expenditure on the secretary to council, because that case is also still in court, and the legal expenditure on the previous head of GFIS. If there can be any indication what the amount was for all these, as well as when will this report come? Because I think we as councillors need to know, and public also needs to know, because that is the public's money. I thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Councillor Arnolds, for your question. Councillor Arnolds, we are happy to provide the information. I've made notes of everything that you would like us to report back on that report meeting. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Councillor Arnolds? You happy with that?
I'm happy, and I would want it to be minuted that way, that at the next council meeting, we will get a full report on amount, and yeah, but thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I have missed something, and that was obviously, there is one question that was posed to the Speaker's office. The response is given in writing. The part where I was supposed to ask the Chair of Chairs to rise and table that one was left out. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby table the written responses from the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Recommendations to Council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby table the reports of the Executive for consideration by Council. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby table the reports from legislature.
Thank you very much.
Item 1, request to initiate a public participation process for the City of Johannesburg Municipal Planning Bylaw 2016 review.
Councillor Depe.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Depe, will you just speak into the mic? Can't hear you.
Sure. Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to Madam Mayor, Chair of Chairs, MMCs, councillors, and our esteemed guests that are sitting up in the gallery. Thank you so much. The municipal bylaw was last reviewed in 2016. We in development planning have to create a business-friendly city. We create an environment for economic growth so that...
Councillor Depe, you're not audible. Just move the mic in front of you, stand a bit back. Yep, that's better.
So that entrepreneurs and businesses can invest in our city to create jobs and will continue to make Johannesburg a city of opportunities, bring jobs and investments to our local economy. The municipal planning bylaw, as I said, was reviewed last in 2016, and in 2020, the Land Use Management Department, together with Group Legal and Contracts, on a process of renewing the planning bylaws in line with the SPLUMA requirements. That municipalities review their planning bylaws within the next 5 years. This document is exactly what we're doing. We're putting it out for public participation for this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Depe. Councillor Baloy.
Revolutionary greetings to the chairperson and the chief whip of the fierce worldwide revolutionary movement, the mighty EFF. The EFF is the vanguard of the people, who are always on the side of the people. We live to see that the economic emancipation happens in our lifetime. We note the creation for an environment for the economic growth so that entrepreneurs and businesses can invest and create jobs, provided we follow the principle of Cardinal Pillar number 3, sponsored by the EFF, which stated that building the state and government capacity which will lead to abolishment of tenders in those jobs that is about to be created, if it will be created. The amendment of 2016 municipal planning bylaw should be done in such a way that it should benefit the marginalized people of the city. The engagement with the public must be well articulated and be able to reach all corners of the city, including Proteas Land, Deep Sloot, Orange Farm, and other areas. This review should not benefit those who live in Sandton, as we have seen with the CCTV cameras, but all residents of the city. As economic freedom fighters, we don't agree with the notice placed in 2 newspapers. Our city is so big, we should be able to make it public when we speak about public. It should be published in all newspapers that are in the city. We welcome this report, and as economic freedom fighters, we do approve reviewal of these bylaws, provided it is advertised properly. And we acknowledge the 60 days that has been put forward for this participation of the public. We thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zama.
Greetings, Speaker, ANC Caucus Leader, Chief Whip, and fellow councillors. A special greeting to Councillor Leah Knott on the last day of Women's Month. Speaker, as the African National Congress, we went through the document and we have the following concerns regarding the recommendations made in item 1.9. We believe in inclusivity. Therefore, we would like the public participation to include those who are largely affected by these laws, to have the right to be involved in the decision-making process. Keep in mind that it is not a political process that only empowers a specific group of people. The people of Alexandra, Finetown, Ennerdale, Lenasia South, Orange Farm, and the likes need to be included in these processes. Therefore, the manner in which we relay this type of information should be in the mediums that are easily accessible to them. The African National Congress note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for the comments. I've noted it. I'm fully in agreement that we're building an inclusive city as part of our the multi-party government priorities. I also just want to note some of the concerns. I noted the EFF concern about the newspaper issues. It is standard by law. However, we do realize that we have to advertise in areas or give the notice in areas where people do not have access to technology. And that is why the department will also ensure that notices is placed in areas like recreation centers, libraries, and areas like that to ensure that it's inclusive and everybody has an opportunity to see it so they can comment on it. We also want to note, Councillor Zama from the ANC, your comment, it's pretty much the same. Yes, we agree. It will be placed in areas where there are no access to technology like Fine Town, Zandspruit, all those kind of areas as well. So in full agreement, we will ensure that that is done. Just to also note that some of the major reasons why we believe that this should have been reviewed much earlier. For example, the composition of the Municipal Planning Tribunal. The composition is flawed, was flawed. In February, we put out notice for external members so there can be more inclusivity, and the bylaw is now also rectifying that and just ensuring that that is included and it's not city officials only on that panel. And also there are loopholes that's used as a technicality for the city not to be able to activate rate penalties in the enforcement. Some of the enforcement will now be stricter. So thank you very much. We are in agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MMC. It's two. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 1.9 to 1.10. Is the recommendations agreed to? Thank you.
Item 2, acceptance of the HIV/AIDS conditional grant from the Gauteng Department of Health to implement the HIV and AIDS door-to-door HIV education program and AIDS Council coordination for the 2022-23 financial year.
Councillor Benjamin.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to yourself, the Executive Mayor, the MMCs, chairpersons, and fellow councillors and guests in the House. We are grateful to the Gauteng Department of Health for the 29 million rand grant that will be received through this agreement. It is essential that the city gets the grant to be able to continue to provide assessment and treatment to our affected residents who are HIV and AIDS positive. The grant will also see that the educational program is implemented through job creation through the EPWP program, where there will be ward-based door-to-door programs that taken place. The primary health care provided by the city needs to be one that doesn't hinder the patients but heals our patients. And so therefore we are asking the House to approve the signing of the agreement of the grant. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ndo.
Greetings, Speaker, caucus leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Sipetlele Rasirute, and the fellow councillors in the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I would like to believe that we are all aware of the unemployed youth in our country. Hence, we as the EFF note the report on acceptance of HIV and AIDS conditional grants from the Gauteng Department of Health to implement the HIV door-to-door HIV education program and council coordination for the year 2022-2023. On the same token, the EFF is disturbed by the government's failures, local government included, to create sustainable jobs that will bring dignity to our youth. The opportunity created by the programs like Ijozi, Hlomile, and EPWP are an insult to our youth. These programs are nothing but organized exploitation of our poor masses. Even the employing of the workers is not transparent. Wait until the EFF is in power. The state will be capacitated and we will create decent jobs for the masses.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors.
Proper speech. Proper.
Councillor Rolo.
Thank you. Greetings, Executive Mayor, Leader of the ANC Caucus, Councillor Dada Mrero, and Chief Whip, Councillor Eunice Mdina, fellow councillors, and all protocol observed. I hereby rise to speak on item 2 under the Department of Health, which is the acceptance of HIV/AIDS conditional grant from the Gauteng Department of Health to implement the HIV and AIDS door-to-door HIV education program and AIDS Council coordination for the 2022 and 23 financial year. We would like to appreciate the grant and appreciate the Gauteng Department of Health for having granted the AIDS door-to-door HIV education program. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MC Sauls the first. Councillor, can you put that mic off? Thank you. Councillor Mpotolo? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Speaker. All the comments and inputs are well received, and we request that Council please approve. Thank you.
Councillors, this report is for noting. Is the report noted? Councillors, I don't hear you. Is it? Thank you.
Item 3, Igoli gas tariffs for August 2022 to July 2023.
Councillor Ralph Pitkow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Mayor and abstention, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. It must be noted that Igoli Gas nowadays is a private company. As such, this item is only for information, in order to show compliance with all rules and regulations. The state, as far as the actual item is concerned, there is some rather worrying parts about the grammar in the document. I mean, it's a well-run city, not a well-ran city, and on top of everything else, we have to make up our mind whether we're talking about the past or the future 5 years, not the past, future 5 years. And however, I question why and what can we do about it. Some of the notices in the newspapers are placed amongst Sangomas. I mean, what has that got to do with the new Igoli tariffs? So, if we can somehow engage with Igoli Gas and see that they make sure with the newspapers that the adverts go into the right places, that would be highly appreciated. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sirane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus led by our party leader, Fighter Spetlele Rasuruti, and fellow councillors. Receive my revolutionary greetings. Chair, it is very important to notify you that we as EFF in Johannesburg, we are consolidating the grounds towards socialist power. It has been proven on the result of the Ward Committee election. What 109 in Greater Alexander, we have sent a warning shot to a dying horse. And what 133 in Ivory Park have demonstrated numerical arrogance against the toothless lion. Comrade Chair, the entire caucus is very advisable to the old granny in Kapalodumo.
Councillor, will you please stick to the item?
I'm on item,
it's
Chair.
About Igoli Gas.
I still have enough time, Chair. Speaker, I still have enough time. You are interrupting me, Speaker.
Continue, Councillor.
Speaker, can I start afresh? You have disturbed me.
No, please go to the item. Concentrate on the item.
Speaker, I still have enough time. Let me finish my time properly without you interrupting me. Why when I speak about the old granny, you are becoming emotional now? Why are you catching feelings, Speaker? Let me start afresh, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus led by our party leader, Fighter Spetlele Rasuruti, and fellow councillors. Receive my revolutionary greetings. Chair, it's very important to notify you that the EFF in Johannesburg is consolidating the grounds towards socialist power. It has been proven on the result of Ward Committee's election. Ward 109 in Greater Alexander have sent a warning shot to the dying horse. And Ward 133 in Ivory Park have demonstrated numerical arrogance against the toothless lion. Comrade Chair and the entire caucus, it's very advisable to the old granny in Kapalodumo, salt the crocodile before she crossed the river, because all the metro is gone in the blink of an eye. It's very regrettable that Johannesburg Metropolitan Council sold the Metro Gas, as formerly known, in the year 2000. Those who were in administration back then were not prudent enough about the citizens of this city. As a result of that betrayal by those who were representing white monopoly capital, our indigenous constituency have not benefited from that sale. Proletarians in all corners of Johannesburg are left in a cold wilderness. We urge the city to be transparent on public participation due to the fact that our community members are not fully informed about this public participation. Therefore, the input are not true reflection from the public. You are using billed newspaper for who in public participation? when you are using a built newspaper, meaning that you are saying there are those that must not participate in this thing. The formula used is slightly higher compared to the consumer price index. The tariff cannot be agreed upon due to the fact that it came to council very late. It should have been implemented on the 1st of August. Today we are on the 31st, Speaker. So this report came very late to council. So we therefore, as the EFF, reject the increase of these tariffs. And we also urge the Egoli gas to make sure that they reinstall this use of gas in Alexander Women Hostel. Thank you very much.
MMC Sun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, councillors, executive mayor, fellow MMCs, chairpersons. I take note of Councillor Bidkau's comment. I would certainly engage the officials to pass on the comments to Igoli Gas. Coming to Councillor Serrani, you actually answered a lot of the questions that you proposed. It is correct that in year 2000, or around about there, the city disposed of the asset Igoli Gas. It is now wholly privately owned. It does not belong to the city of Johannesburg. And in terms of the city's gas bylaws, they are entitled to proceed with certain processes when they want to increase the pricing, and they've done just that. Unfortunately, the city of Johannesburg does not have authority as to which newspapers they should advertise in, or which public members they should and should not engage. However, we certainly, as the bigger body, would oversee that process, ensure that the benefits and the rights of our residents are being looked after. But I take note of Councillor Serrani's comments. I don't know whether I'll be able to ask Igoli Gas to now go extend the installations to the other areas in the city of Johannesburg, but certainly I think that we can propose it to them as to bring additional service to our needy residents in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. This report is for noting. Is it noted? Thank you.
Item 4, tabling of draft performance agreements of sections 57 managers, the city manager and managers directly accountable to the city manager for the financial year 2022-23.
Councillor Ryan.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Mayor, fellow councillors and distinguished guests, the DA is very pleased that this report is serving here today and notes it. Thank you.
Councillor Asirute.
This thing is falling, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. Speaker, we cannot continue to set low target for service delivery and governance in the city. 80% compliance with National Treasury, MSCOA, data quality cannot be equated to highest score of 5. 100% compliance is. To ensure that there is improvement in service delivery in the city, the target for increased customer satisfaction must be adjusted to 5%, not 2%, fellow councillors. It's worth noting that Mr. Maduka, the acting municipal manager of the multi-party government, was highly implicated in the forensic investigation for the institutional review scandal in 2016. Johannesburg residents be aware that the so-called golden repair means recycling unrepented corruption accused. If the government of the day is serious about fighting unauthorized and irregular expenditure, the target for reducing this was supposed to be above 90%, although it is JRA who tasked with the repairing of potholes. One of the targets of the ED was supposed to be the repairing of potholes because this resonates with an ordinary person on the street. KPI, which talks to the number of households, just an additional KPI was not going to be needed if things were done right, and the city appreciated intergovernmental relations. The city must do what is necessary to link the city's ESP database to the one of SASSA. This would result in the shift of focus to delivering of service as opposed to witch hunting the poor in an undignified manner. Given how rife drug abuse is in the city, the targets of clients receiving substance abuse treatment service must be adjusted upwards. The target for reduction of food insecurity in the city is underwhelmingly low. This scorecard is incomplete. Baseline are not identified in some KPIs. Speaker, the above department are just a sample of what is happening with the scorecard of these managers. The common thread is that most acting executives were appointed behind the back of the council, and these individuals are implicated in wrongdoing. Most targets are low and allow for mediocrity. The city to have accepted and made a room for unauthorized and irregular expenditure. In addition, the city failure to fill strategic position led to this situation where the targets are underwhelming. As the EFF, we note the scorecard and register our concern that these do not seem to have been done with the end user in mind, namely the residents of Johannesburg. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mabuza.
Greetings, Speaker. Special greetings to our caucus leader, Councillor Dada Morero, our Chief Whip and Deputy, the councillors of the African National Congress, and the fellow colleagues in the chamber. I rise on item 4. Management is anticipated to manage properly. Thus, performance assessment is very critical. We strongly believe the output was done, not below. Envelop turnaround strategy to this performance assessment. As the African National Congress, we note this item as performed based on their output. I thank you.
MMC not.
Thanks, Speaker. We'd like Council to approve the report. Thank you.
Councillors, the report is for noting. Is it noted? Thank you. Councillors, before we continue, I've got a set of keys here. If anybody has lost them, if you've lost keys, I'm going to place them here. Please come and fetch them. Councillors, the front table here would like a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you. Yeah, they've been standing up one by one and disappearing. Thank you. 10-minute comfort break. Please, let's come back at exactly 12:30. 12:30. Thank you, councillors. Can we please settle down? Councillors, can we settle down, please? Thank you, councillors. Can we settle down? Can I just ask IT there? It seems as if the sound has gone down again. Is it fine? Thanks. Okay. Can I just ask the whips to please call in councillors? Those councillors that are not yet in here. Councillor Rainton. We are now going to move to the next item. Councillor Whistler. Councillors, can you take your seats, please? I've asked the whips to please get your councillors back in the chamber.
Ring the bell.
Some councillors are still taking photos. But they're not settling down. Councillors, thank you very much. Councillors, I've asked for just an update on the register. The last time we checked on the update, it was 263, and they're busy checking. So we're going to start.
Item 5, existence of Health District Council for City of Johannesburg Health Department.
Councillor Musitla.
Thank you, Speaker. We are not clear about, we did not hear clearly the numbers that you presented about the register. If you can please repeat that.
Councillor Musitla, the last time we checked it is 263, which basically means that we're correct. I've asked for update now. If there is further councillors that signed in, we will give that update at the appropriate time. Councillor Moloi-Sani.
Good afternoon, Speaker, councillors of the multi-party government.
Councillor Molosani, can you just speak into the mic?
All right.
Thanks.
Is that much better? Good afternoon, Speaker and councillors of the multi-party government and the others. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw my speech.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ntule. Councillor Ntule. Please rise, Councillor. Are you Councillor Ntule? Okay, Councillor Ntule, it's your opportunity now. Item 5, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the July movement, Spetlele Raserute, and the councillors of City of Johannesburg, and happy last day of the Women's Month to all the women in South Africa. Speaker, you don't have to be an angel to feel the pain inflicted by the poor state of the... Speaker, there's a noise in chamber, so I can't be heard. There's noise.
Councillors, I'm really concerned about the continuous noise and talking while the councillor is on the floor. Can we please keep it down if we have to talk? Councillor, please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you don't have to be an angel to feel the pain inflicted by the poor state of the health system. The Section 79 Health and Social Development Committee recently did an oversight at Zandspruit Clinic, and it is recorded in their report the appalling state that the clinic is at. Patients waiting outside, patients standing on the queue due to the shortage of chairs, low staff morals, nurses reporting sick due to burnout, lack of tools, the trade and so on. The problem like this are norm in our clinics. Just a few months ago, in the same chamber, I personally mentioned the same problem about the clinic in Orange Farm. It is disheartening and disappointing to mention the existence of structure like Health District Council. Again, referring to the oversight report of Zandspruit Clinic, one cannot blame to conclude that the Health District Council is one of the structures formulated to tick the box. Nevertheless, the EFF notes the report that seeks to note the existence of the Johannesburg District Council and approve members of the Johannesburg District Health Council. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mpotule.
Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Leader of the ANC Caucus and Chief Whip, fellow councillors and all protocol observed. I rise on item 5, existence of Health District Council for City of Johannesburg Health Department. The ANC caucus notes and gladly accept the existence of the Health District Council for the City of Johannesburg Health Department. We hope that the Health District Council will effectively ensure that it monitors all services offered in our health facilities. Our clinics are under immense strain, and we need this structure to see to the numerous issues that need to be addressed in our clinics in order to bring about improved quality health services to our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Souls the first.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a historic moment for the Department of Health. As we all know, the District Health Council is legislated in the National Health Act, Chapter 5, Section 31. And it's been long overdue. For years, there has not been a District Health Council. So the fact that there is now going to be one is an historic moment for us. I want to thank the Executive Mayor for her role in ensuring that this happens. To my team, to my office, it wasn't easy, it was very tough. So to my entire office and everyone that has played a role in this, thank you very much. So ask council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. This item has got recommendations. The recommendations are on page 5.4. Is the item agreed to? It's too soft, councillors. Thank you very much. MMC Souls, your mic, please. Thank you.
Item 6, approval of the Frank World Urban Development Framework.
Councillor Msitla. Councillor Msitla, it's your time now.
Greetings to the 29 battalions of the EFF led by our chairperson and party leader in Johannesburg, Councillor Spetlele Rasiruti. Speaker, firstly, let me draw your attention to the bullying and faulty reporting done by your chairperson and officials. In our development planning section 79 committee that was held on the 18th of August 2022, the committee reached a deadlock and the meeting was aborted due to the walkout of the councillors from the EFF and the ANC, leaving the meeting without a quorum. The meeting then could not continue. At that moment, no decision was taken about the item. We demand that the item be withdrawn and be sent back to the relevant committee for further scrutiny and discussion. But Speaker, let's also not forget that the Frankenwald came because of a motion raised by our former councillor, Matsubane Maponya. The main recommendation was that RDPs or BNGs be built for the community of Alexander and the surrounding areas. We are now surprised to be told that everything from consultation to business conducting will be solely private. You mentioned in the past that you were in talks with vets about the usage of the land, and the committee was surprised to be served, firstly, and the committee was supposed to be served with that information before bringing the actual report. This is why we strongly believe that the item should not have served here. Speaker, we did not take money of the city to fight against the vets at the courts for the white companies and white Afrikaner men to take total control of the project. We have our people who are living in wretchedness and squalor in Situetla, Vezunyao, and all parts of Alexander and surrounding areas. Speaker, there's no single house or shop or clinic, school, or anything that is aimed at empowering or liberating our black community in Alexander in the project. Worse, there is no proper consultation, no public participation, no proper advertising, no community meeting, but bure, runanga for self-enrichment. Speaker, the EFF will never allow these Stellenbosch mafias to tyrannize our people. If it will mean more cases being opened against us, let it be. We are not petrified at all. I thank you.
Councillor Mbengwa.
Let me greet the leadership of the ANC caucus.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Welcome to Sagamuk House, please.
Can you hear me now?
Somebody nearby, just assist there. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Let me greet the leadership of the ANC caucus, Honorable Dadamrero, and my fellow councillor. Allow me to quote the words by the German priest who survived the Holocaust. I quote, "First they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a. They came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one to speak for me." That was the words by Martin Niemöller, who was a priest based in Germany. Dear Speaker, these words are more relevant today when you speak about the Franklin World Development Inheritance Land of the people of Alexander. Mr. Speaker, when the Waterfall Development Imperium put their segregative monies on the development of Franklin, when the people of Alexander invested, they did not have a dime to put it down. Yeah. What they have is an inheritance piece of land called Franklin World, donated to them by the late Alfred Bate. The Franklin World project is a gift of deeds. Speaker, allow me to take you through what is meant by gift of deeds. A gift of deeds is a legal document which describes volunteer transfer of gift from a donor or owner of the property without any transfer of money. In this case, the gift donor owner property without transfer of, in this case, Franklin World, the donor, Mr. Alfred Bate, entrusted this gift of deeds with the Speaker. Mr. Alfred Bate was a very generous in gifting the Franklin World to the people of Alexander. When the development agenda was set to develop the Franklin World, the benefactor of Alfred Bate's will, the people of Alexander were not invited. Maybe it is because the status of the people of Alexander, who are poor of the poorest, that is Speaker, the Alexander people have been excluded in all the process of their inheritance, land of the Franklin World. And I like the words of Martin Niemöller, the pastor today in this council of the inclusive city. We must speak for the people of Alexander, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to page through the pages of history. The very Franklin World was a piece of land which belonged to Alfred Bate. Bate was busy building the bridge in the borders of Zimbabwe, and as a donor, Mr. Alfred Bate, he came to the family to donate the Franklin World to the people of Alexander so that they can upgrade their skills. Alexander, which is named after his wife. Mr. Speaker, the city of Joburg prides itself in an inclusively translated to a simple fact that both the poor and the rich can stay together. The Josco housing model attests to it. The inclusiveness means that the people of Alexander will be catered for in this development of Franklin World, but the opposite is happening. When the participation process was conducted, it was done in a virtual and hybrid way. A resident of Alexander who stays in a shack does not have or afford a smartphone or a laptop. Majority use Zipodipoli. Zipodipoli is a type of a phone which is used to basic communication. Because this of the poorest, Mr. Speaker. That Speaker, apartheid is dead, and an inclusive city of Johannesburg in this council chamber named after Meko Nibapela, who grew up in Alexander, cannot be part of such segregation of excluding the benefactors of the Franklin World inheritance. Allow me to quote the Jamaican poet Mtawa Ruka, who says in his poem, this poem, freedom must come any which way freedom must come. Given the injustice committed during the public participation, the African National Congress is urging the MMC, Councillor B. as in Cho, Umakoti Waselagos and MMC Mabaso to run an inclusive oversight on which.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is over. Thank you.
We are rejecting this report.
Thank you.
Because it doesn't allow the participation of the people of Alexander.
Thank you, Councillor. You can take your seat. Councillor Sobey.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings, Madam Mayor. Caucus Leader of Action SA, Councillor, fellow caucus members, esteemed guests in the gallery, fellow councillors and all protocol observed. I rise on behalf of Action SA to speak on item 6, Frank-World Urban Development Framework. As Action SA, we acknowledge the confidence the private developers have shown in our city by driving such a beneficial development. We especially welcome the allocation of 30,000 inclusionary housing units out of the total 120 units planned. Inclusive housing opens up estate living to a broader market that usually falls short of higher than average cost of properties in estates. Speaker, the Frankenwald UDF is an encouraging example of an inclusionary development of this scale. We look forward to the residents of Alexandra Township being empowered through opportunities presented through this project. Particularly encouraging in this project is the 23% allocation of green spaces. These spaces promote healthy lifestyles and recreational living facilities. We would like to see more developers following suit and collaborating with government in taking responsibility to address the backlog in housing and similar challenges. Speaker, we did not get here overnight, but rather the challenges that we are faced with, or the surrounding challenges, are a culmination of years of indifference and the lack of fulfillment of promises to residents of our country. It is our hope as Action SA that initiatives such as this could address such backlogs through collaboration and consultation with residents. Speaker, this project gives us an opportunity to reimagine an integrated community of the future. However, in order to do this, we need to work together. An element that needs to be considered in development of this nature, Speaker, is taking into consideration public transport and engaging the taxi industry as a stakeholder in the development of whether it's residential initiatives or shopping centers and similar initiatives. Speaker, the future of our country is indeed the future of fixing our country requires a new way of doing things, which is being consultative, collaborative, and engaging communities as stakeholders rather than deciding on their behalf. May we never forget or take for granted why we are here, which is to serve our beloved residents of South Africa and to create an enabling environment for our youth as the future generations of this country will take it forward. It is time to put our citizens first. As Action SA, we support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I've still got these keys in front here. I don't know who's lost them. Is it yours? Okay, you'll get them here. Please take them to Councillor Ponsonby. Thank you. Councillor Rambani.
Muhurisei Mlangadzula, Muhurisei Monaterobo, Bahurisei Bote na Mirado ya komiti ya Notorobo, Ba Zurazwi Durobo te ba komiti, mudzulatshidulo wa dzidzulatshidulo, vhaeni vhoṱhe, makhantsela ka vhoṱhe, na vhadzulapo vha ino ḓorobo ya City of Johannesburg. Mudzulatshidulo kha vha ntendele ndi vha lumelise ndi tshi ri ndi masiari.
You are greeted, Councillor.
Mudzulatshidulo, the Frankenwald land was donated by Wits University for educational purposes. Wits University is a national asset. This year marks its 100th anniversary with over 136,000 graduates. The university has made a fundamental contribution to the social, economic, and political life of South Africa. It is a powerhouse of research and innovation which contributes substantially to the city and the nation, focusing on innovation, research, and knowledge expansion. The Frankenwald development, as framed by the proposed urban development framework, will address some of the apartheid spatial disparities. It is intended to develop mixed residential opportunity in a well-lit area that will be close to transport and economic activities. In addition, it will add significantly to job creation in both the formal professional sector, the build construction, and the build environmental sector, and also in the informal sector. In the residential sector, it could add up to 30,000 homes, housing of which between 65 and 75% are earmarked for fully and partially subsidized units. According to the report, the development agreement was entered to make sure that there be a funding available to fund those students that are coming from the disadvantaged area to attend Wits University and be able to get their degrees and their qualifications. The funding objective aligns with Wits' long-term strategy of contributing to the social economic development of the city and the province. And also making Frankenwald available for development, which adds to the city-owned strategic objectives. An agreement has been entered in the consortium to provide a new environmental responsibility mixed-use urban development. The development will be done in accordance with the city-owned partial development framework, and all of the requirements of the framework have been incorporated into the proposed urban development framework for the Frankenwald land. It should also be stressed that the university has entered into a discussion with all the stakeholders in the area of Alexandra since 2015. And the list of those engagements has been listed in the report. When the report came in the Section 79 committee, the committee requested additional 3 public participation. I did attend those public participation. One was held at East Bank Hall, the other one was held virtually, the other one was held at Marlborough Community Hall. And all those reports, all of those engagements are in the report as attached in Annex F. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance looks forward to the mixed-use development at Frankenwald, making a contribution to the City of Johannesburg regional and city objective, promoting housing with various land tenure options and economic opportunities, and overcoming the funding gap which prevent promising students from attending VETS. Mr. Democratic Alliance fully support the approval of the Frankenwald UDF. Nikolibua, Nda.
Ndolebua. Councillor Ramafikeng.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker of Council, Councillor Vasco da Gama. I would firstly like to place my warm greetings to the ANC leader of caucus, Councillor Dada Morero, and the chief whip of ANC councillor, and all councillors, honorable councillors from the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I would also like to say that I am truly honored and humbled to be given this opportunity which allow me to exercise my view to these reports. As ANC, we are saying the reports pertaining the Frankenwald should go back to be considered, as they were selective people who participated on the plan. We are demanding that there should be public participation by the residents of Alexander, including all councillors from Section 79 committee, not only one councillor attending all pubs. We must all be informed as councillors of the city of Johannesburg, both a political party, ANC and EFF. Speaker, there are a lot of loopholes in these reports. There is no proof of attendance register of people who attended the public meeting. There is no date, there is no time frame, Speaker. As the ANC, we are demanding that on Frankenwald, there should be RDP house built for the people who are in need of shelter, instead of building apartments that will only benefit the fortunate and privileged people. Like you are saying in the report, they must build flats. Flats for what? We are no, Speaker. A human dignity, it's a land and house. Yes. Yes. The DA coalition claims that it is going to provide job opportunity, but they are part and parcels for 130 workers, contract workers who had their employment contract terminated, as stated by the city manager of the city of Johannesburg publicly, that it was the DA that was rallying behind him and supporting that he dismissed and terminated contract of the previous workers of the city of Johannesburg. Then you are coming here claiming that you want to create job opportunity for the black people of Alexandra. So, Speaker, as ANC, we are saying, as long as
You are not including poor of the poorest within Alexandra. We are not supporting this report. As I'm saying, a human dignity is a land, housing. So as ANC, we are rejecting this report.
MMC Echu Zonyoko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah, Mfazika, Nigeria. I am proudly so. 24 years. Makotika, Nigeria. Privately, I'm very, very proud of that. Speaker, I just want to note some of the concerns raised. I note the concern regarding the public participation. I just want to remind colleagues, councillors in the chamber, there was a first round of public participation done in 2019. And the ward councillor at the time was Councillor Ibrahim in Ward 109. Correct. And then the second round, this public participation process was the second round as requested by the Section 79 committee. And we have done that. There were 3 meetings held, 2, one in
MMC.
Marlborough and 1 online.
MMC, there's a point of order. Councillor, what's your point of order? Point of order first.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the MMC is misleading council, Speaker. Umakoti was in Nigeria is really misleading. I was the ward council, the Fawaha Rapodi, at that time. I was the one. So there was no Ibrahim, I'm sure about that. So the MMC must not mislead council. She must withdraw what she just said, please. She's council right now.
You've raised your point.
Thank you.
MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. The council at the time was Ward 109, and this development will be taking in Ward 109. 105 was consulted, and it's part of the regional consultation, which was done even now through the Regional Councillors Forum. All the councillors were invited through the Regional Councillors Forum. I just want to say, Speaker, so there was quite a bit of public participation done, and we welcome it. We welcome it. I just want to also advise Council.
MMC, there's a point of order. Councillor Musitla.
Order, Speaker.
No, there's another councillor that has raised the point of order, Councillor Mbengwa. No,
Thank you, Speaker.
no.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like apologies, Councillor Belinda. Allow me to call you that, please. Orat Makoti, ka Nigeria. Okay, it's fine. Speaker, the MMC seems not to be informed about the project. And I would like her to withdraw her words that that project is in Ward 109. Because Frankenwald accommodates 105 and 109. And they, if it happened, they chose to involve one ward council and not included the other. But the argument here is proof that there was a public participation, which we requested in the committee meeting and was not there.
Thank you, you've made a point. MMC?
I had raised order.
No, you can't raise a point of order on another point of order.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you. You withdraw?
May I continue?
Thank you.
I just want to also say, this is a private development. And I think the Constitution protects private property ownership. The developer went above and beyond to do public participation.
Councillor, MMC, there's a point of order. Councillor Mbengwa.
I'm raising in the point of order.
What is the point of order, Councillor?
Speaker, I want to put councillor as in June, yeah, that the land in question, it's unfortunate that when I was giving the speech, I could not finish those points. The land in question is not on the private development. It's a gift deeds which was given to the people of Alexander by one Mr. Alfred Bate.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor,
And can I finish? So
no,
she cannot
you've
stand
made
here.
that point. You've made that point. Can you please take your seat? Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect wording.
Councillors, can we stop that?
May I proceed, Speaker?
MMC, continue.
May I proceed? Thank you very much. I'll continue. So just on the public participation, yes, it's been done. And then, Speaker, you know, I am very surprised that people who are claiming to stand for no longer apartheid and black people are wanting to perpetuate apartheid spatial planning instead of inclusionary development.
MMC, there's another point there. Councillor Musitla, I saw your hand first. Councillor Mbengwa, can you switch off your mic, please?
Okay. Speaker, I'm going to request again the MMC to withdraw the misleading words that she just mentioned about the development being private, because she was seated here and being part of that administration that also voted for the motion that seek for the expropriation of that land and development happening for the people of Alexander in a form of PNGs. So she's got that information in a form of motion. That project did not happen out of the blue. It came as a result of that motion that was raised by the EFF. And if you are going to answer anything, refer back to that motion and check the recommendations of that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC, if you would round up.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I see today is Mfazika, Nigeria's time for stoppages but it's okay. That's okay. I am just going to repeat what I said earlier, that I am horrified that we have political parties and councillors in this chamber that want to perpetuate apartheid spatial planning, when what is planned is inclusionary housing for all of us to live together. So it's very concerning. I note all the concerns, and I also just want to say 10,000 units will be for inclusionary housing. Thank you very much. I'm asking Council to approve. Thank you.
MMC, before you finish, there was a point of order. Councillor Mphahlele. What point of order?
Speaker, whatever's been said in this council has been recorded. And
the records must be a true reflection of what is happening. The MMC must not come here and mislead the city of Johannesburg through this council. Examine ourselves, we know the situation there. And after that, when we say people that need to be prioritized, we say we must be included. Angry they've got waterfall that side that they've taken. All of that land must go to the people of Alexander.
You are now
And
making
number
a
two is
statement.
that land is ours. If it was private, how can we, Johannesburg municipality, discuss a privately and private
Councillor,
ownership?
please take your seat.
That is the municipal land.
Please take
We've
your seat.
expropriated it through our motion. Thank you.
Thank you. MMC?
Thank you, Speaker. As a first station of this land, I just want to rectify that the Khoi owns half of this country, if not. So we cannot talk about land without the Khoi. But thank you very much. I've noted the councillor's concern.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations, Councillor Mpahlele. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 6.16. Is the item agreed to?
Agreed.
Agreed. Councillors, I've heard both sides.
It can't
It's
be.
just that the nose went long. In the beginning, I cannot make the distinction between the two. Councillor Gadebe, please put your hands down. Councillor Arnold's hand was first. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Note that the AIC, APC, PAC are good. AHC, Al-Jama, we are descending.
There's the descending voice from the people that you've mentioned.
From the
Councillor
minority opposition parties.
Councillor Gadebe.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we want to ask for the division of the House on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an question on the division. Councillor Mtsina, you had your hand up.
Okay, we wanted council to note our dissent. Thank you.
Note, the dissent is noted. Councillors, we will count as normal. There was a request for a revision. Those that are against, please raise your hand. I've noted the NC's dissent. But it's obviously against, yes. So please raise your hands so that count. Thank you. We are not there yet. Arsufit Lagamon. Three that I see so far. Councillor Danja, only one end. Councillor Danja, one end. Thank you. He's always naughty.
Sito lema.
Moruti.
Ezandleni zabamuntu ophatha umhlaba ayesaba ayesaba.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Can you take your seats? Councillors.
Muntu
129. Councillors, will you take your seats, please? You had your opportunity to vote. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Those for the item, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Mabaso, phakamisa isandla Mabaso.
Those for the item, please raise your hand. Thank you.
We are voting twice.
Councillors, can I ask for order, please? Councillors, please switch off your mic at the back there. Switch it off, please. Can I get the figures there? Thank you, councillors. You can put your hands down. Thank you. You can put your hands down, councillors. You can put your hands down. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Is there any dissenting? Oh, there was dissenting at the time. Councillors, the figures are as follows. 129 no, don't agree with the item. 34 yeses. Thank you. So the item is agreed to. Thank you, councillors. Thank you.
Is not a Latin and ballroom American dance. How struggle songs.
Councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, it is now lunch. Please come back at exactly 2:30. Councillors, please, to be back in the chambers. Thank you, councillors. Can we settle down, please? Councillors, especially at the back there, please. Councillor Neft, Can you please take your seats? Thank you. Secretary, item 7.
Item 7, financial report for the period ended 31 March 2022.
Councillor Danja. Councillor Danja,
thank you,
before you
Speaker.
speak, can you ask the councillors behind you to sit down?
Councillors, can you sit down, those who are standing up?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Reverend Martin Luther once said, and I open the quote, Speaker, "The time comes when silence is betrayal." I close quote. Reverend Luther continued by saying, I open quote, "Our lives begin to end when we become silent about things that matter." I close the quote. Speaker, the EFF rise to note the progress report on the financial performance of the City of Johannesburg against the budget for the period ended 31st March 2022. Speaker, as alluded by Reverend Martin Luther, that time has come for us not to be silenced anymore in relation to the city's Johannesburg finances. Our lives will begin to end if we are silent when the DA-led administration plunge our beautiful city into a brink of bankruptcy. Speaker, the City of Johannesburg finances are not in a healthy state. The state of the city's sinking funds leave much to be desired. Monies were siphoned from the city's sinking fund since 2006. Can the MMC tell us who is currently managing the city's sinking funds? Can the MMC tell us why the debtor's book was not reported in this quarter? Can the MMC tell us why there is an overdraft on the sweeping statements of City Power, Johannesburg Development Agency, Metrobus, Josco in this quarter? Tell us, when is the city going to implement the M-score? Can the MMC of Finance tell us, when is the city's subsystem going to be fully implemented in all cities' departments and entities for doing business, transaction, and payment of wages and salaries? Can the MMC tell us why the city is not extending the debt rehabilitation program, since only few qualifying customers benefited from the program so far? Can the MMC tell us why the city continues to understand its operating expenditure during the why the city continues to underspend its budget in a city where there is a huge service delivery backlog, with people staying in informal settlement with no water and electricity, and yet we are underspending our budget. With the result, the budget will be going back to the treasury at the end of the financial year. Speaker, in line with the EFF Cardinal Pillar number 7, open, accountable, and corrupt-free government without fear of victimization by the state agencies, the EFF borrows from Reverend Luther that we cannot become silent about things that matters, including the finance of the City of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Councillor Daniel Skye.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Whip of Council, and fellow colleagues. The DA welcomes the Group financial reports of the period ending 31 March 2022. We have to congratulate the city for its prudent financial management during the period. We also celebrate the collection of revenue above the billed figure for February. A city that collects revenue effectively is also a city that can deliver services effectively. We note the net movement in positive direction of the city's finances by 3 billion rand, and thank the executive for pushing and ensuring that the grants due to this city are paid to the city. We note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hadebe.
Thank you, Speaker. Leader of the ANC caucus, Councillor Dada Morero, Chief Whip of the ANC, Councillor Eunice Mgcina, residents of Spec. I rise on item 7, a financial report for the period that ended on March 31st, where we saw an underperformance of about 3%, which is 1.4 billion. we compare this to the same period last year, where the performance was much better. Our operating expenditure is under by 3% as well. This means that the multi-party government is failing to maximize revenue and is also not spending the operating budget. This will have a negative impact on service delivery, especially in our poor communities, who are in high need of these services. This government is also not spending the capital expenditure budget. As of March 2022, we have only spent 41% of the capital budget, which is about 2.3 billion out of the expenditure budget of 7.4 billion. This means that this administration would rather not spend money if it means spending it on poor communities. Hence, we have seen how they've cut budget on Orange Farm roads projects and also Naledi Clinic and other capital expenditure projects during the adjustment budget that we were given. This also has a potential of lowering investor confidence, which will badly affect the economy of Johannesburg. As we all know that for economic growth, we highly depend on investments. As progressive ANC caucus, we further are troubled by the decrease in the investment balance. We saw a decrease of about 148 million, as shown in page 7.2, on the tradable instrument portfolio of our sinking fund. We recommend that this multi-party government appoints a fund manager that will make sure that the city's investments are safe and the risk is managed properly. We fear that under this incompetent government, what happened in the dark days of Mayor Mashaba happen again, where the contributions to investments fund stopped from 2018 up until 2020, when the progressive GLU government took power again. Speaker, there's a possible creative accounting at play here. We're in August and we're busy discussing the report of March, not even June, March. Meaning that we do not know the present state of the city's finances. The main reason this worries us is because from the reports we are able to see cash balances of the entities like City Power, JDA, Joshco, Metrobus, Propcom portfolio, that they are in a constant state of decline. The outflows are higher than the inflows. The city may collapse without us knowing. The multi-party government is deliberately making sure that they hide the true state of the city's finances, so that mislead the residents of Johannesburg and appear to be governing well. We also given reports that are incorrect, inaccurate, and inconsistent. Information that is provided to us, for example, we are being told that in the month of March, capital expenditure was at 41%, which is at 2.3 billion. We are also then informed that in the month of April, capital expenditure is at 45%. But surprisingly, on the monetary value, it's still the same amount, 2.3 billion. It's impossible, MMC Sudape, that in 2 consecutive months we spent 2.3 billion, but we're giving reports that there's an increase in expenditure. That shows that the residents of Johannesburg are not being taken seriously. Maybe, just maybe, under the mayorship of Leonot, we might see a proper reporting. Thank you, Speaker, and good. Bye.
MMC Sadabi.
Thank you, Speaker. And good day to you and good day to the residents of Johannesburg and colleagues in the room. Thank you very much for your comments, much appreciated. And Councillor Delange, Mr. Speaker, would have been well placed to have sent that list of rapid fire questions as for written or oral responses. I will do the best I can with no notice. Monies that have been siphoned out of the city, again, I would like to remind this council that 2.9 was siphoned from the period 1st July 2021 to the 31st of December
MMC, there's a point of order.
2021.
Councillor Danjwa.
Thank you,
what's your
Speaker. I
point of
want to
order?
raise a point of order on MMC of Finance, MMC Sudabine. The question that I ask on the report, the sinking fund question is on the report. You cannot ask me now to write an oral question, whereas the speaker is on the report. If you can't respond on her report, but just tell this House that you can't respond on her report.
Thank you, Councillor Danjwa. MMC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I would do the best I can. Who's managing the sinking fund? We are managing the sinking fund. The procurement process for a fund manager is currently in the BEC process. IMSCOA will be 80% complete by the end of December this year, and the SAP ERP system will be fully implemented by the end of June 2025. Why the entities are underspending across the city, I would suggest that all the councillors in all the committees scrutinise the spend, because I report on the spend, I don't manage it, and I don't have influence into the entities and the departments when they spend it. And so, yes, very definitely, those reports need to be clearly scrutinised, and the departments need to be asked those questions themselves. So yes, and also yes to Councillor Khadebe, the Section 71 reports are traditionally late, and we have implemented a process and a system to get them published and presented to Council a lot quicker, and I'm hoping in the months coming forward that we will have achieved that. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, this report is for noting. Is it agreed? Noted. Thank you. Item 8.
Item 8, City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 30 April 2022.
Councillor Ntamba.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Councillor Spetlela Rasirute, and fellow councillors and distinguished guests sitting in the gallery. EFF knows this report. The numbers looks like they are balancing. The DA, it's a city well run. When they mean it's a suburb well run, it makes sense why this report shows that the city is under budget. There is nothing left to do at the suburbs. If the DA cared all for our people in the township, then we will be seeing a different report. The DA determined to sideline our people and make sure that only the elite benefit from their leadership. When you tell a person like me who stays at Brandfisher that you have used this much money, I get worried, because since the beginning of the DA-led city, there's nothing that have changed. Seeing in our township, this report is a mere white paper with black words. Service delivery is even worse under the leadership of the DA. This is the reason the EFF must take over and demonstrate open, accessible, corrupt-free government and society without fear of victimization by a state defense policy and other agency. The EFF must make sure that the executive official accounts for every single cent spent in the city of Johannesburg, and all expenditure is for the benefit of all people of the Joburg municipality, and not just those who are favorite of the DA, who vote for in the suburbs. According to the total accurate expenditure, excluding commit to date amounts to to 2.3 billion, 45% of the approved budget. Well, in Brandfisher, we do not even have a clinic and tar roads and etc. We know that at the end of the financial year, when the budget is 100%, there will still be a little to no change in our township. Like now, when they tell us they have used 2.3 billion, 45% of the approved budget, and we still see nothing happening in our community. As I conclude, Speaker, a city well run is one that takes into consideration all its people and their struggle. It is a city led by a party that understands the inequality faced in the city and works hard to address them. We cannot want to save money at the expense of our people. Speaker, the mayor must always remember that these are lives we are dealing with, and that this is not some silly private company where the biggest concern is the bottom line. Here, the concern should be our people and their well-being. Thank you.
Yeah!
Councillor Khansha.
Let me greet you, Speaker, Honorable Mayor, Whip of Whips, caucus leaders, and fellow councillors. I rise to address item 8, which is the year-end financial report, which ended on April 2022. This term is an unusual one in that it started 3 months after the usual start of council. This was due to the delay in the 2021 municipal by-elections held in November. As a result, all departments had less time to meet the set targets all across the board. That being said, there's been a marked improvement in the finances of the city, and the path to the city's financial rehabilitation is in sight. In the next financial year, this multi-coalition government must make sure that all targets are met and that the overall well-being of the city improves. We defend the gains made this year and not allow the city coffers to be used as a slush fund to support conferences and elections. We must not allow those who employ such practices to come to power in the city of Johannesburg. Action SA notes this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daniel Sky.
Speaker, I withdraw my speech.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulupi.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by first greeting you, the Speaker, and also the leader of the caucus of the ANC in absentia, Councillor Dada Morero, the Chief Whip of the ANC caucus, Mayor Eunice Mqina, and her Deputy Mayor Brenda Dami. The Speaker, I want to register a concern. We are deprived of our ability to exercise oversight role on these reports. The fact that they are arriving late, we are in a new financial year, yet we received the reports of the last quarter of the last financial year. This really inhibits on us to exercise our oversight role. Speaker, I want to quote Mark Twain. He says, if you don't read, you are uninformed. If you read, you are misinformed. I never understood what he meant until I read this report. This report states that 2.3 billion was used. 2.3, which is 45%. You look at the March reports, 2.3 billion out of 7.4 billion was used. But then the percentage was 41%. I think that we are being taken for a ride here. Even on March report, that was not 41%. You can take out your calculator now and calculate 2.3 over 7.4 is 31. You have not been reflecting the true financial position of the city. Here we are being misled. This is misinformation at its level best. You are telling us it's 41% when you have used 2.3 out of 7.4 billion in March. You still use 2.3 billion out of 7.4 billion in April, yet the percentage grows. I've just said that you can just check it on your calculator. And I think this report does not give us the information in order for us to exercise our role. In fact, since we are denied our ability to exercise oversight role, we won't know whether you are delivering the services as you purport, because it shows now that you have used only 31% of the budget, meaning that you have starved our people of the services they so deserve. The capital budget would have ensured that the places like Yeovil, one of the oldest suburbs of Johannesburg, has roads resurfaced. Currently, it is full of potholes everywhere. You go to Orange Farm, the same applies. I think I heard when my counterpart says in the next financial year, they will try to be better as the multi-party. I don't think that there should be a next financial year for them. It ends here. And I want to make sure, because we know that things happen by chances, if by chance they happen to see the light of tomorrow's day, I want to appeal to our mayor, Lee North, to also try to up the service. Because Mayor Lee North, your administration which you are leading is not doing very well.
MMC Sotheby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again for the opportunity. And thank you, councillors, for your input, and I want to reassure the residents of the city that this multi-party government is 100% committed to improving the lives of all our residents from Orange Farm Park. The underspend in the capex is very worrying, and if councillors would remember that in May, on the 27th of May in 2022, we had to rescind a large amount of grant funding based on Q2 reports that funding had been spent. And so our commitment is to spending all our capex, and especially to make sure that we make use of every single amount of grant funding that we can get, and that we will even look to see if there's further granting that we can avail ourselves of. Councillor, thank you very much for showing the differences between the April and the March and the April spend with the percentages and the amounts. I have requested a response and an answer to that question, which I have not received. So I will commit now to answer that question in writing before the end of this week to explain what has happened.
happened and why those figures look like they do. I will also commit that in my office we will check those figures absolutely carefully and in detail and make sure that that never happens again. I would also like to agree with the ANC councillor that the report does not give us enough information. It doesn't allow us an analysis in order to determine what the real situation is. It gives us a reflection of what, but it does not give us any detail or any analysis of why or how or what the impact would be. I want to assure this council that I have requested that this particular report, the Section 71 Financial Situation Report, that it begins to provide information with analysis, financial analysis and financial analysis on what has happened, why it is the way that it is, and also to offer input on how to mitigate any issues that need to be looked after. So thanks again, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that Council note this report.
Thank you very much, councillors. This report is for noting. Is it noted? Thank you. Item 9.
Item 9, tabling of the 2023-2024 Integrated Development Plan, IDP, Budget and Performance Monitoring and Reporting Process Plan.
Councillor Mkuna.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus leader, Councillor Petlela Rasrute, Chief Whip of the EFF, Councillor Untitled Chapter, and all fellow councillors in the chamber. I rise on item 9. We, as the EFF, we know the report regarding the tabling of 2023 to 2024 Integrated Development Plan, Budget Monitoring, Evaluation of and Report Process Plan, and required in terms of Municipal System Act 32 of 2000. We also note that as per legislation, all municipalities are required to prepare IDP process plan 10 months before the new financial year. We further concur that adhering to the IDP and budget process plan will ensure that timelines stipulated by the legislature are adhered to. Lastly, we hope that the mayoral priorities will indeed be prioritized for the benefit of all the residents of the city of Johannesburg, not the few elites in the suburbs. The people of Alexander, Diepsloot, and all the poor and all the poor and forgotten townships should be included. We therefore, as the economy, support the recommendation, hoping that its outcomes will be in the betterment of the poor people of this city. I thank you.
Councillor Rahan. Councillor Mkuna, can I just ask you to switch off your mic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Mayor, fellow councillors and distinguished guests, the day is wholeheartedly in support of this report and we approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ngwenya.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me first start by greeting the leader of caucus of the African National Congress in his absentia, the Chief Whip of the African National Congress, as well as the Deputy Chief Whip of the African National Congress, all progressive councillors of the African National Congress, and all councillors present, including our Mayor, Leonard. As the African National Congress, we note the tabling of the Integrated Development Plan,
Councillor.
IDP budget.
Councillor, there's a point of order. Will you take your seat? Councillor, please take your seat.
Okay.
And switch your mic off.
Thank you,
See
Mr.
Sadabi?
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please do request that disrespect does not take place in this House. The Mayor of the City of Johannesburg is Dr. Mpho Palazzi. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC.
Sorry, Speaker, I might have made a mistake. I
Councillor
meant Dr.
Ngwenya.
Not.
Councillor Ngwenya, please, let's just respect each other. Okay.
Mayor Dr. Mpho Palazzi. As the African National Congress, we note this report as we believe that the IDPs are an important component of service delivery within Johannesburg. And we hope that these entities will respect the views and the contribution that our people are going to have made into these IDPs. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ngwenya. MMC Sadabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, councillors.
And thank you to all councillors for their support on this process. I don't know whether anybody noticed that there is a new development, and that is there's a closed loop at the end of the process for feedback and improvement into the following year. Once again, all councillors are encouraged to participate and to encourage their residents to participate into the process. I would just like to remind us all of the timing. So all based on the fact that the IDP starts now and the budget is comes in at a later time, but the IDP is only at the same time that the budget is analysed. So last year's report should find expression in this year's budget, and this year's IDP comments would then find expression in the following budget. And I look forward to that engagement. Thank you very much, and I request that Council approve this report.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations is on page 9.10, item agreed to. Thank you.
Item 11, write-offs for disputed debt to 2022-23 rates for properties previously categorized as education.
Councillor Zita. Item 10. Not 11. Item 10. Councillor Sitla, I see somebody's got a hand up at the back there. Your mic on, thank you.
Speaker. That's why we want to dumelane le manage. Ke tsona dilo tse. Re tswa go item 9 re ya go item 10. Ke yone di disputes. Ke ntwe ya go tsebe mmereko wa gago.
Councillor go utlwile akere. Please just read item 10. It's a mistake.
Item 10, write-off for disputed debt to 2022-2023 rates for properties previously categorized as education.
Councillor Zita.
Thank you very much, Speaker. A revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus leader, one eye-foot soldier, Councillor Rasurute, EFF councillors, and Speaker, as the EFF, we strongly believe that what happens to the left must happen to the right. That simply means that if the city right of the disputed debt for education institution, they must also do that the same to all customers that are disputing their queries. Speaker, The EFF recommends that this must also be done to all ratepayers who are disputing their debt. And we also noted, we actually saw that all those schools that are listed there, they are the ones from the West. So please, Speaker, it must also be done to the right. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Sky.
Speaker, just a clarification, it's Councillor Shea. Good afternoon, Speaker. December 3rd, 2013. Almost 9 years have passed since that date. That's 104 months, or 3,193 days. You may ask what the 3rd of December 2013 has to do with the write-off relating to educational institutions' debt for July 2022 to June 2023. Let me tell you, December 3rd, 2013, the e-toll system in Gauteng went live. From before day one, the public has been screaming out for an alternative solution to the system. And yet today, 193 days later, the uncaring ANC government has not come up with an alternative solution. They have simply kicked the can down and abused the public's hope for a national government that cares and listens. Maybe national government should focus in on this golden city to learn how to care. A hallmark of DA councillors, and accordingly DA governments, is an unbelievable empathy for all members of the public. When I initially picked up my hard hat and calculator, it was because I deeply cared to see this develop, to provide economic opportunities and shelters to its citizens. When I put down my hard hat and calculator and came to serve here, it's because I deeply cared to see the city and country develop. When my colleague put on his badge and uniform every day, it was because he cared about the safety of South Africans. And when he took off that badge and uniform to come serve here, it was because he cared for the safety of South Africans. When our executive mayor put on her stethoscope, it was because she cared deeply for the health and well-being of South Africans. And when she took off that stethoscope to come here, it was because she cared deeply for the health and well-being of South Africans. When our DA councillors raised the issue of the removal of the educational property category with COGTA, it was because we cared about the effect it would have on schools' finances. When the multi-party government implemented the COGTA requirements, it was because it cared about the effects an audit finding would have on the city. When our DA mayor and DA MMC of Finance pushed their teams to come up with the requirements without financially burdening the schools, it was because they cared. This is what a caring city looks like. From the time the public started expressing their concern to the city, it took only 52 days. Let me repeat that, 52 days from the mayor and her team to find and announce a solution. And today, at 61 days, the city will begin implementing that solution. Compare that to 3,193 days of uncaring ANC, no e-toll solution. This government cares. This government listens. And this government continues to work towards making Joburg shine again. The DA wholeheartedly supports this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marema. Ja, no,
No, Speaker, I wanted to remain as disciplined as possible because there's an important item that we need to go through. And really, the speech by Councillor Shea, it's really tempting me to respond. But I'm not going to wrestle in the mud. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. And greetings to the leader of caucus of the African National Congress, Councillor Tata Morero, fellow councillors. Like I said, I was not planning to really be long because I'm interested in one item, and that one item is coming. But I'm tempted, before I go into the details of the report, to quote Chinua Achebe. The falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Close quote. And you know, Councillor Belinda, Chinua Achebe proceeds, and you know what he says? If you don't like my story, write your own. Close quote. Speaker, on page 5 of the report, it says 17 million per month for private schools and 10.4 million per month for public schools. And it paints a picture. In the picture, it says education to business, 741. Education to public service, it says 921. And it said per month. And you know, I was doing my calculation there. If you calculate that number by 12, it gives you 204. And in my mind, something kept coming, saying that how many RDPs can you build with 204 million? No, if you don't like my story, write your own, my brother. Write your own. Relax, sit down and relax. But I wanted to also draw your attention to the annexure. The annexure, where it then tells the details of what are we writing off. I understand the reasoning cited around why are we writing off the debt, because it's there in the report. But I tallied the very citation, or the very same quotation from the report, with what was happening in the country, in particular in the city of Johannesburg and the city of Tshwane, where it was started by the administration in Tshwane, where Tshwane was saying, Reatima. And our mayor, through the guidance, of course, of Councillor Knott, also attempted the very same thing, Abatima. But today, if you look at the annexure, annexure 10, that speaks about business to education, you realize that they to be written off.
There's a point of order, Councillor Mrema. Please take your seat. Thank you. MMC Sadabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we had already decided and agreed that the mayor of the city of Johannesburg is Dr. Mpho Phalatse. Can the disrespect to the mayor of the city of Johannesburg end now? Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Take your seat. Councillor Mrema.
Speaker, amongst many skills in the country, listening, it's one of those. And MMC must pay attention. We are talking about St. David schools. We are talking about schools in suburbs. In the report, it's not only schools, like you have indicated in the report. A lot of your churches, we love churches. But the only disparity here is that the churches which debt is being written off is in the suburbs and not in the township. Let me give you an example. We went through the report and we scrutinized it in Region E as a whole. We found that only 3 wards that are covering mostly suburbs. Councillor Shea, that's why he speaks with confidence like that, because his brother's debts are going to be written off by the city. At whose expense? In Region E, Ward 81, Ward 91, Ward 109. Who are the councillors in these 3 wards? And the debt is going to be written for those, not for the forgotten. The children of the lesser God. But the city says it's a caring and inclusive city. Hence, I decided this response doesn't deserve a writing of a speech. We must talk truth to power. We must tell you that you are using the city to campaign for 2024. How is it that in that report, majority, it says 741 of the 741, 650 are in the suburbs. Only 40. I've seen Councillor Mbengwa's ward, it's only 2. Councillor David is only 3, and a little bit here and there. Because how is it that the wards that are mostly in the suburbs, and churches in the suburbs, schools in the suburbs, and you then say to us, you are doing that because you think that these deaths are irrecoverable. Alesati manaba kuni. Helitima, you went on TV. Helitima, you went on newspapers. Helipatella bahabolina, you don't go in the media. What kind of an imbalance is that? I mean, when you switch off in the suburbs, when you pay the debts for the suburbians, you are not going all out to the media to let the world. But when you're going to switch off to those that do not agree with you, you paint it all out open. And Councillor Ngoweni hears you for that. Speaker, like I said, there is an item that I'm interested in. I'm going to stop because I think that I would be stealing from the time of the item that I'm interested in. And that item, I pray, Speaker, that this injustice of so much money that we are paying for those people that we think that they are going to vote for us.
Point of order, Councillor. See, Belinda.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm blasing on
Councillors, I can't hear her.
On a point of order 72.
Councillors, I can't hear.
If we can please ask Councillor Marema to stick to the item. I'm a ward councillor in Ward 74 and I was excluded. So he must please stick to the item. And on top of it, I don't quote, I write my own book. Thank you. I'm a published author.
Councillor Marema, please continue.
I am hoping, Speaker, I am hoping that Councillor Mbundu is going to write about Councillor Belinda. He says that we don't read. We found it in the report. We read. 74 is there. You don't read. Councillor Mbundu, start tweeting there. That she doesn't read. The MMC doesn't read. We are talking on behalf of the poorest. Why so much money to pay for your constituencies? And you have forgotten the township there. This very same money could have been used. Councillor, the one councillor there from Action SA, this money could have been used to deal with issues of ESCOM in Soweto. Let me conclude by saying, because I said there is an interesting item, the falconer cannot hear, the falcon cannot hear, the falconer. Things fall apart. The center is no longer holding Speaker. Thank you.
Ndibonyongo.
MMC Sadabi. MMC Sadabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the impassioned engagement on this report. It just goes to show how right we were in the action that we have taken. Much has been said about this report in this House, in the media, and sadly also in court. And at its core, we are dealing with a serious discussion on how we, the city, interact not only with educational institutions, but in a broader sense with our residents. For those of us who have served in previous terms, the review and approval process of the rates policy has become part of the usual council ebb and flow, and this process unavoidably attracts pushback. The tension between escalating service delivery costs, our residents' ability to pay, and legislative requirements is a political minefield that is rarely navigated without injury. The 2015 amendment of Section 8 of the MPRA introduced mandatory categories to be used across all localities. The ability on the categorization that existed in the past was removed. To maintain a category, a municipality is required to get approval from COGTA. The multi-party government, anticipating and appreciating the adverse effect that this amendment would have on our residents, continued to make representations to the minister to allow for, amongst others, the retention of the education category. The minister was not amenable to this request. She did allow that religious was retained as a category, and their rates and their policies and their tariffs have not changed. I can unequivocally state that the City of Johannesburg complied with all the legislative requirements regarding to public participation before passing the rates policy and the rates bylaw on the 27th of May 2022. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in the firing line in the Gauteng High Court and also in the Court of Public Opinion. It has been said that the city decided to remove the education category, and that now we are making a U-turn to correct our mistakes. The City of Johannesburg did not decide to remove this category. The Minister of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs refused to allow the city to retain it. Short of litigating against the department, the city was constrained. The City of Johannesburg is not making a U-turn to correct its mistakes. It is staying the course that was set when we requested, no, actually we pleaded, Mr. Speaker, with the Minister to retain our education category. With this being said, we cannot neglect our responsibility to all our customers or ignore the fact that they feel that they were not properly consulted or allowed the opportunity to give meaningful inputs. As a government that prides itself on being caring, we cannot ignore that our consultation process was weighed and has been found lacking. And in order to avoid this in the future, we undertake to do the following. 1, we will expand our public meeting presentations and materials to include a specific section dealing with the rand value impact of any increase that differs from the CPI. 2, we will improve our communications with key stakeholders, especially those who will be directly affected by legislative amendments. And 3, we will actively endeavor to encourage the attendance of our public consultations, be it through better marketing and awareness campaigns or more small group meetings. As outlined in the report, we do not have many options for education. We have extensively workshopped an strategy that will benefit our customers and will not comparatively have an adverse effect on the city's coffers. Mr. Speaker, we have a choice on how we respond. We can continue on a path of relentlessly stating our case and defending our processes. We can continue to point out the role that national government played, and they can continue to deflect. Fourth, we are talking over and around our residents. This multi-party government chooses instead to listen to our residents. They are the ones we serve. I thank you, and I request that Council note this report.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, The report is for noting. Is it noted? Item 11.
Item 11, request for council to approve the proposed amendments to the credit control and debt collection policy for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Councillor Danja.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The economic freedom fighters want to put it categorically straight on record that we reject the proposed amendments to the credit control and debt collection policy because it doesn't represent the interests of the poor and the rejected masses of our people. Speaker, as a socialist movement from the left, we speak on behalf of the poor black child, the child of a poor black man who is hungry and who furtively eyes the accumulation of abundance in a store for the rich. Speaker, this debt collection policy of the white monopoly capital DA is filled with a lot of gaps and shortfall because it doesn't address the challenges faced by the indigents, unemployed, and the poor of the poorest of the city of Johannesburg. This policy doesn't address the challenges of customers who are being asked to make down payments of more than 30% when they are trying to make arrangements of their outstanding accounts at the city's revenue centers. Some of those, they have been turned back and discouraged from paying. The request for the deposit and the reconnection fee must be abolished because this increases a financial burden on a customer who is already facing financial hardships and discourages the residents from making payment. As Speaker, currently this policy requires indigent person to apply and be registered in terms of the city's ESP in order to qualify for any relief related to the provision of the municipal services within the city. The EFF is calling for the city to link the ESP database with the SASSA National Department of Health database so that we can provide free water and electricity to the poor indigent and all indigent residents of all age. That all goes living in Mangolongolo informal settlement cannot walk all by yourself to go to town and register for these indigent. Hence we are saying, once you are in the SASSA database, automatically you qualify for the city's indigent SP program. Hence the EFF is calling for that. Before punishing customers who are behind with payment, the city must first introduce the efficient and safe ways of water harvesting. The city must put measures in place to prevent water leaks and wastage of water. A lot of money is being wasted by leaks and broken pipes. Currently, as it stands, the policy doesn't cover social housing cooperatives. Why social housing cooperatives of the city are being neglected by the city? Speaker, the policy is saying services to hijack properties shall be disconnected upon non-payment on account services to the property at the request of the owner. However, services are not paid because there are no owners in those hijacked buildings. As the EFF, we are calling for the city to expropriate all the hijacked buildings who are owing the city and convert them into student accommodation and decent social housing units. The reason why these buildings are called abandoned or hijacked because they do not have any rightful owners and those owners cannot be traceable. Why the city is failing to do a mere proper things of expropriating these buildings that are hijacked, that don't have, and convert them. Wait until the economic freedom fighters take power. We will show you how to govern in the city of Johannesburg because we govern with superior logic, content. I thank you.
Councillor Santana.
Speaker, I ask to speak on item 11. The request for council to approve the proposed amendments to the credit control and debt collection policy for the 2022-2023 financial year. Revising policy enables us to keep current and relevant in ensuring a well-run city. The objective of the proposed amendments is to ensure that all monies due and payable to the city or the municipality are collected. Speaker, financial sustainability is crucial in ensuring that municipal services are delivered in the best interests of the community and the ratepayers. The amendments proposed in this effects allows the city to recoup monies owing to it. We as the DA welcome the item and agree to the amendments proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the leader of caucus of the African National Congress, as well as the Chief Whip, Councillor Mgcina, and the Executive Mayor. As my fellow councillors already mentioned, it will be for you to decide which one is the Executive Mayor. Debt collection and credit control exists so that it's a framework within our municipal council to exercise both legislative and executive authority to ensure that all monies due are payable, and the city therefore uses that money to deliver services always to our people in a controlled environment. And the delivery of those services must always be equal for all residents. We cannot use a debt collection system that disenfranchises those who are previously disadvantaged. Our systems must always be to an extent that even those who cannot afford are not like who has no intention of paying. But if a person cannot pay, it cannot be the same city that then turns them back because they do not have a down payment amount to put down to enable them to either be switched on or at least have a stopgap measure to be able to have services. So I think, councillors, even in the section 79, this came out very clearly that our measures must not be to put our people into more debt. COVID-19 affected a whole lot of our residents, and the socio-economic conditions of our people have changed. The missing middle, or as much as there's...
Councillors, please. Please continue.
As much as the policy allows and there's a provision for those who are in the ESP, there still remains the missing middle in our city who then don't qualify for ESP services, but at the same time cannot afford to be able to pay even that down payment. So we also don't agree on that particular amount of the down payment, but we understand the importance of holding residents accountable, and those who are willing to pay be allowed to pay at a level where they can afford based on their living standard measures. And lastly, Speaker, we must be able to accept that at any given point, we are not the same. That is why there are different categories of people. And that is why there are constitutional rights of people having services, and it can't be us, and we call ourselves a caring government who makes people to suffer at the highest level. And therefore, we as the African National Congress request that this particular policy at least be allowed to include the comments where residents specifically asked for the scrapping of those particular items, failing which it therefore defeats the purpose of why we are saying we're a caring city. I thank you.
MMC Sadabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back, Councillor Masuku. It does seem to me that a vital component in the policy amendments has not been fully understood. The residents have the opportunity to provide their requests in this next annual review. And the councillors who are so impassioned on behalf of their residents must encourage those residents to provide input into the policy. The policy belongs to the residents. We got very few input into any of our policies this year, and so I want to encourage councillors to please encourage their residents to please provide the inputs into the policies. All the comments that are received are included in the amendment, that there are very few There's been very few input into all the policies. So please, can councillors encourage residents, and those residents who are listening online, please participate in the policy reviews and request the changes that you need. That is the process that this caring city, and in fact the city of Johannesburg and all municipalities across the country, adhere to every year. The down payments in the policy, Mr. Speaker, is the starting negotiation point. It's a guideline. The fact of the matter is that upon proof of unavailability and incapacity, the deposit can be and is negotiated, and the repayment period can be negotiated to a length of time with an amount that is affordable. We're not here. The city of Johannesburg does not want to put their residents in deeper and deeper debt. So thank you for bringing that to the table so that that could be explained. And then I just want to say that I absolutely trust that MMC Saws the First and MMC Sun have taken note of the matters relevant to their departments. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request that Council approve this report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 11.9. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. The yeses have it. Thank you. Councillor Danja.
Speaker, I just want to you to note the dissenting view of the EFF, ne?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mkina.
Please note dissent from the ANC.
Noted. Thank you.
Speaker at the back.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Speaker. Also to note the dissent of the minority opposition parties, which would include AIC, PAC, AHC, Good, Al Jama, and also APC. Thank you, Speaker.
Noted. Thank you.
Item 12, motivation for council to certify as irrecoverable and write-off unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, August 2022, Part 1.
Councillor Nontenja. I have not seen her here today. Is Councillor Nontenja present? On her way. This is her report. Did she ask anybody else to? Yeah. Can I get somebody in the committee to raise this? Anybody in the committee to open?
Speaker. Speaker.
I don't see you. Okay, right at the back there. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure the rules are clear on what should happen in the absence of the chairperson. The chairperson should have appointed or suggested somebody else to take over roles in the absence. We can't appoint somebody in this house now. So therefore, we should defer the report to the next sitting. Thank you.
Councillors, if you go to the rules, 131, Rule 131, a committee report must be presented to the council by the chairperson or in his or her absence, another member of the committee. No, she mustn't appoint. If there is another councillor here that can table the report and close it. Yeah. So I'm asking for another councillor to table it from this committee. Councillors, our rules are there to guide us. And I've just read out the rule. Councillor Rainton, is she here? Thank you, Councillor Rainton.
Speaker, I'll
Councillor
do-
Santana. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As the member of the Impact Committee, I'd like to table the report to Council item 2 for the write-off on unauthorized, irrecoverable and irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure for August 2022, Part 1. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Councillor Musitla.
Thank you, Chairperson. I know you have interest in the smooth running of this meeting. Just my question to you. Why did you go direct to Councillor Rente when he's not the only member in MPEC? Please respond to me.
Councillor Musitla, she was the one that raised her hand. Awamona hanti. Origin na fela good morning. Good morning na. Wena awamona. No, umo councillor ngotswana linna. Na good morning. That's why kumilichi. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Please, I think, read your rules. Your rules will guide you. Thank you. I've told you. Thank you. Councillor Santana, you have tabled it. Let me just read the rest. Councillor Pakati from the IFP. Pakati, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Our Honorable Executive Mayor, the Chair of Chairs, the leader of the IFP caucus, or Councillor Mabaso, fellow councillors. No, Speaker, one, I would just ask this council to take the Section 79 committee very serious. And I always say, being in that committee, people must understand it is not a speech and drama contest. One, we invited our Honorable City Manager. He did not appear without any valid reasons. Two, we would like our officials to respect.
Councillor Pakati, there's a point of order. If you can take your seat. Councillor Mbengwa, what is your point of order?
Speaker, guide me. Are we allowed to bring in our political paraphernalia into this chamber?
No, councillor. It's not allowed, and whoever's got a political T-shirt on, or especially if it's written, please just change it. Thanks.
Okay. Follow up, I was just requesting that Councillor Pakati remove his IFP badge that is on his, T-shirt.
Councillor Pakati.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I always tell my children, if you see any shortage in my mouth, doesn't mean there's a shortage in my mind. Two, Speaker, I wanted to speak on 3 items, that is 12, 13, and 14. One, as the IFP, we note all 3 items. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pakati. Can I, if it's possible, can I ask that the secretary just go through or raise all 3? In other words, 12. You have read out 12, 13, and then 14. So those that wants to speak on all 3 can do it, like Councillor Pakati right now did.
Item 13, motivation that council certify as irrecoverable and write-off irregular and fruitless expenditure, August 2022, Part 2. Item 14, motivation that council recover or certify as irrecoverable and write-off irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, August 2022, Part 3, read together.
Peter?
It's just a clarity, Speaker. You let my image read out 3 items. Are you saying I can stand up and speak on item 12? Somebody after me speak about item 14, then we go back to 12 and then 13 in that manner? Okay.
Correct. Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Yeah. Councillor Netamba.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Spetlela Rasiruti, and fellow councillors and distinguished guests sitting in the gallery. The EFF is concerned about a proposal to write off irregular expenditure of over 3 million, especially when there's not been effort of covering this money. Hence, must we even investigate writing this off? Joburg City Theatre is one of those entities involved in irregular expenditure. Well, they have absolutely nothing to show for it. Our youth is roaming around in the street of Joburg while those officials are busy squandering our funds of our people. The question should be, has there been any prosecution from the so-called reports and the city is in position of? What other method of recovering this money have we taken? Were those leadership held accountable? Has the asset forfeited unit been engaged on this? Speaker, why are we going for the easy way out when we can take the measure? Oh. Yes, Speaker. So, as the EFF, we don't support that we must write off this. So, as the EFF was saying, we can't write off over 313,000. Thank you.
Councillor, you have also spoken on item 14. Is it correct? Councillor? Have you also spoken on item 14? If you can do it now, or have you covered all three? Councillor
Speaker.
Ntamba, I was speaking to you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you spoke on item 12.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Now I'm asking, are you also speaking on item 14?
Yes.
At the
After
same
the
time?
13, because it goes together. Yes.
Oh, okay, so you are going to speak when I call your name. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Rainton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll then consolidate and speak on item 12, 13, and 14. So just all protocol observed. Thank you. So item 12, this is actually an item that we took over as the Impact Committee this year. It went to the subcommittee that existed in the previous term in June 2021, came to us and was only passed now in June 2022. Item 13 is information that was processed by the subcommittee in May 2021 and came to us in June 2020. It's really frustrating and to have such a time frame and elections and election campaigns actually mean that impact committees were not able to sit and not able to pass that information that was processed by that subcommittee through council last year already. So we have now caught up with what was presented in the previous term. And then item 14, as you'll read, it only says that 7 out of the 45 items that were presented to the committee we were able to go through because many of the cases that we looked at has incomplete documentation. We really hope that coming through the strat sessions coming up, we'll be able to make arrangements both on the routing of the cases through impact, plus also the documentation packs that actually come through so that we can actually do our jobs properly. But we are happy as the DA that we can certify that the items that are presented are irrecoverable and that council passes them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Modukanane.
Thanks, Speaker. It's actually Councillor Mudukanene. Greetings to Mayor Mpopalate, our caucus leader, Funzi Ngobeni, the fabulous 44, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, and the citizens of Johannesburg. I rise on items 12, 13, and 14. Speaker, I am in support. I don't have supporting these motivations, but I must point out they do so with serious concerns. Speaker, my concerns emanate from the fact that during the process of these write-offs, the entities treated our committee with contempt. Not only did they furnish the committee with incomplete reports, but the accounting officers or the authors of those reports did not appear in front of the committee and sent their juniors who could not respond to the committee's questions. The engagement with these entities also exposed them for these irregular and wasteful expenditures, which was caused by the fact that there's no real consequence management, there's lack of planning in these entities, there's a high employee turnover.
Councillors.
There's no.
Councillor Madukan, sorry to disturb you. There's somebody's phone that keeps on going off. Please switch it off. Please continue,
Can I
Councillor.
continue? Okay. There's a lack of planning, high employee turnover rate, no retention strategy, no intention to self-correct, repeat contraventions year after year, no appetite to effectively implement the remedial actions. Their reports lacked originality because it looked like a cut and paste. You know, if you see one report, you've seen the others. As disheartening as it is, we must unfortunately write off these irregular and fruitless expenditures, as it would be ill-advised to throw good money after bad. Having said so, this shall not absolve these entities from consequence management. Gone are the days where impact is regarded as toothless. The buck will stop by the top management if they are unable to discipline their employees, and we will go after them because it's ultimately their responsibility to implement and monitor the remedial actions and control measures to curb irregular and fruitless expenditure. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If you can just switch off your mic. Councillor, just switch off your mic. Councillor Mbengwa.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to extend my greetings to the leader of the African National Congress Caucus, Honorable Dada Morero. Because it's the month of the women, let me extend my greetings to our leader and whip of the African National Congress, May Eunice Mqina, and Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, since there is your mismatch there of items being discussed haphazardly, I will use my 10 minutes at a go. Meaning that on the item wherein we have to share with my colleague, Councillor Buthelezi, he will share his 10 minutes. I am saying this so that you can get what we are saying. Dear Speaker, our people, using their indigenous astrological knowledge, will define the months of August or Tangule as Utanguliwa in my native Chivenda language. It is a windy month and there are do's and don'ts during these months. And there are a lot of happening in these months of Tangule or August. In fact, in Tangule, it is where a lot of things get shaken. Trees get shaken. Power gets shaken. When I come to this Koniba Pela chamber, I was in a jovial mood that indeed all the wrong things must be stripped off. The wind of August is very unkind. Mr. Speaker, since it's a month where we respect the women, allow me to greet the woman Omama in the house. Nditi Malibongwe. Let me extend my greetings to Mayor Lee North. Oh, my bad. I mean to say Mayoral Member Committee Councillor Lee North. Greetings to yourself. Anyway, she's a mayoral material, and I'm lobbying that the looming reshuffle, when it comes, the DA coalition should or must consider her.
There's a point of order, Councillor Mbengwa. Councillor Mbengwa.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Mbengwa.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Mbengwa, will you take your seat? There's a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker.
No, MMC
You know,
not.
Speaker, I'm still on Rule 72 of order. Please, can you help this House? The ANC said they want to be disciplined because they are waiting for something. So please, can you ask the leader of the ANC, Councillor Ngqina, to speak to the rest of her caucus, please.
Councillor Mbengwa, please.
Hayi wena
please
sisingabantwana thina ungazitshela ukuthi umuntu akhulume nathi.
Councillor Mbengwa. Please finish your speech, but please stick on the item.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Patrao, Speaker Dagama, I'm rising to address item number 12 and 13 respectively. Mr. Speaker, it is so disgusting and disturbing that the current acting city manager have not attended an MPEC sitting, whether it was hybrid or fiscal. The acting city manager, Mr. Maduka, has never set a foot in the Section 79 sitting. The impact or the scoper is one of the crucial Section 79, which gives us power to do our oversight of the city SOEs and all the executives. It is very disturbing that in our last MPEC sitting, the official in our city entities had only answered only 27% of our submitted question, only 27% of our submitted questions for them to come and account before the MPEC. The whole 73% of the questions which were sent to them were not responded to, and as it stands, they remain unanswered. That means that we have got city entity officials that doesn't want to account. And to add salt on the wound, Mr. Speaker, the city officials of these entities did not pitch. MMC Mabaso, Human Settlement, your Joshko with the whole lot of the UIFW did not even pitch on the meeting. In a case where there is a representative from any entity's official, there will be an irrelevant personnel who is clueless or stoogy on the matter submitted. And this must come to an end. Mr. Speaker, we are being undermined as an MPEC committee, and this must come to an end. The African National Congress want to remind the city entity officials that there is a new sheriff in town, Kuzoshuba. We are here energized and determined. Mr. Speaker, the city of Joburg is owed over 16 billion in the UIFWs, which we are supposed to write off. And will not allow the write-offs of UIFWs at a willy-nilly points. There is no write-off which will pass without any scrutiny. There is a new sheriff in town. El Patrao Speaker Dagama. El Patrao Speaker Dagama. Anyway, Patrao simply means honorable in Portuguese. And me and Speaker, we share a very cordial relations. We want to address to you that the party of abusing Section 32 and Section 36 of the MFA by the corrupt supply chain managers must come to an end. The new sheriff is in town, as we have indicated. We are eager to withhold people's pension. Please pass the message. The over 10 billion UIFWs is as a result of abusing this section, and unfortunately people must account. The African National Congress note with a worrisome mind that these officials abuse these MFA sections to drown the city entity into UIFWs. When they are summoned to explain themselves before the MPEC, they hide under the tiny grass bush called resigning. We are lobbying the council to lock the doors of exit. An official must resign until his pending case is resolved. or his patient must be withheld until his or her case is resolved. Mr. Speaker, the ANC cannot be part of the write-offs of the UIFWs without interrogations. People must be accountable on all the items where the council coerced to write off. They are negligent by the city officials who waited for service provider contracts to expire, and as it is an essential service, they then abuse Section 32 and 36 of MFA. This party must definitely come to an end. Speaker, the city of Joburg is in the top 3 cities with a huge UIFWs, and there is an impacting on our credit status. We are rated in a junk status. There is no one who can give us credit. And this is worrisome, Mr. Speaker. Item number 14, which calls for the council to write off the UIFWs amounting to billions, calls for 5 Ws and H. Speaker, like I said, there is a new sheriff in town in the month of August, Tangure. By the 5 Ws and 1 H, we are saying we want to understand what happened, who did it, what, where, when, where are the reasons, and why there was no consequences management thereof. We want to know how is the turnaround strategy, because the party is over. Things must change. Zitu zitea ushanduka. Dear Speaker, let me take a detour and quote words by a black president, Barack Obama. He said, I quote, "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek." Umbalo balo edongweni. Nendifi masindi mbengwa wakuindanda.
On item 12, Councillor Sadabi. MMC Sadabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank again the councillors for their deep dive interrogations of these reports. MMC Not and I are the representatives of the Executive Mayor, Dr. Committee, but not only have we not been invited to things, we have been summarily removed from them when we have chosen to attend. We will now, however, be attending every Impact Ordinary Committee meeting as the representatives of the Executive Mayor. And hopefully our presence in those committee meetings will improve the attendance of the officials, as well as the quality and the timing of the reports. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just seen is it a marriage taking place?
I am the only pastor here, and I did not officiate that marriage. So it's not valid.
Councillor Santana, just to close.
Thank you, Speaker. The recommendations are on page 12.3, 12.4, 13.4, 14.3, and 14.4. Can Council please...
Only 12. Only 12.
Are we doing 12 first? Okay, 12.3 and 12.4, if Council can approve the recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Msitla.
Speaker, you said you were gonna let people speak on the 3 items. I'm speaking on item 13 and you have the list there.
Okay, Councillor
You've
Santana.
been calling everyone, you're not calling me. Now they must close.
No, sorry. Councillor Santana, I've called you at the wrong time. I'll call you after 14 so that we close. No, we are on the same level, Councillor. I'm now on the names on item 13. Councillor Pagati, you've done. Councillor Musitla, it's now your opportunity, thank you. And you are only on this one.
Ka Sepedi ba re le go ka itima metsi o tla no bona e nwele. Greetings to the 29 battalions of the EFF led by our chairperson and party leader in Johannesburg, Councillor Sipetlele Hospital Rasiruti. The EFF would like to distance itself from this act of condoning theft, corruption, laziness, crookedness, immoral, incompetence, illegality, and disregard of law and order by hyenas and vultures in the city of Johannesburg. We are saying this, Speaker, because in all acts that took place, perpetrators ran away from accountability like the stooge of Helen Zille called Madimeja Malekwa, who ran away from parliament, from here to parliament, and from parliament to here, to hide after stealing salaries from the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, we cannot condone certification of 213 millions, 224,169 rand and 52 cents. We will go Speaker Chelite. Because my major is saying so. Especially when
Councillor Musitla, there's a point of order. Please take your seat and switch off your phone.
Thank you, Speaker.
MMC.
I think, Speaker, you know, Rule 72, I'm calling a point of order on Councillor from the EFF. We cannot cast aspersions. He must please provide the proof and also the case numbers that there were issues against, that was the case opened against the acting speaker. So I'm asking him to withdraw that he stole money, please.
We also need a proof that she's Makoti.
Secretary, please. The acting secretary, thanks.
Councillor Musitla, will you please concentrate on the item?
Yeah, but that councillor must stop speaking on behalf of people. She must stop speaking on behalf of people. I'm not talking to her or about her. Please stop. Must know your boundaries. Speaker, we cannot condone certification of that 213,224,000.
Please take your seat.
Rand and 50.
Councillor, please take your seat. There's a point of order. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you clearly heard what Councillor Rasirute said in terms of a female councillor knowing her place and having her boundaries. Please, please, Speaker, he needs to withdraw that. That is totally out of order and disrespectful to all females in this House. Thank you.
Councillor Musitla, will you withdraw that?
Khante nna ke rile mosadi o dira eng na bana? Nna. Ke rile mosadi o dira eng? Nna. Le wena tloela o reka dilo tse di seng gona, Speaker. I'm not going to withdraw anything. And if you want to take me to ethics, let it be. I'm not going to withdraw anything. Ha ona mosadi o ke boletseng ka ena mo. Ha ona mosadi o ke boletseng ka ena. Let him recommend me to ethics.
Councillor Musitla, just take your seat because you have been accused of this. Councillor Christians, if you can repeat what he exactly said.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the councillor who I raised the point of order on firstly said that MMC Councillor Etios Onjuko must first not speak on behalf of other people. He then went on to say that she must know her place in this council, which is disrespectful in terms of any female, because it shows chauvinism and it also undermines a councillor speaking in terms of the rules of order in abuse of the right, the freedom of speech. Speaker, furthermore, you have made a ruling that councillor must withdraw. And in terms of Rule 77, I ask that you actually enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You must know your place, Christian.
Councillor Christians, before I ask Councillor...
You must know your space too now.
Before I ask Councillor Msis, there is two versions of this. On this particular issue, we will refer to the recording, and then I'll come back to you. Councillor Msitla, please come finish. Thanks.
And Councillor Christian, Speaker, through you. You were quiet and you stayed quiet.
Councillor Msitla,
when our
please,
female councillor
I've
was
asked
called a
you
monkey.
To stop this
Our
now.
female councillor was called a monkey. You were quiet. You are seated there as if you know nothing.
Councillor Msitla.
You come here and tell us about women's rights.
Councillor Msitla, please continue with the item.
Please know what you're talking about.
Councillor Msitla, please concentrate on the item that is in front
I didn't want to go there, Speaker. They are the ones who are
Okay,
provoking
thank you.
me.
Please continue.
They must know where they must stick it. Speaker, that MMC that they are saying we must respect. See what she's doing. That MMC that we must respect. Speaker, even if it was first sent,
Councillors, I'm really asking you to stop what you are doing now. This is really uncalled for. It's completely uncalled for. And I urge you to stop calling Councillor Belinda a Nigeria girl. I hope that is going to stop here. It's uncalled for. It doesn't belong in this council. Councillor Msitla, please finish what you're doing. Thank you. Councillor Mpatlele, please, will you put your hand down and allow your colleague to finish? Okay, raise your point of order.
Speaker, the point of order is on you. If this so-called MMC is going to insult us using sign language,
you are not
and
going to do
we
that.
cannot be able to raise it with you. That's why you see these councillors behind me so agitated, because she's insulting us. Yeah? And we cannot tolerate insult like her or intimidation because of anything. We are not going to be afraid of anyone anywhere. So she must just know.
Councillor Msitla, can I ask you now to please concentrate on the item in front of you and complete what you're supposed to do.
I've always done that, Speaker. I don't know why you're saying that, because the speech is here written.
Thank you. Continue.
Speaker, even if it was 1 cent or half a cent, we were not going to agree to it, especially where people run away from accountability but are still found in other departments of the city, regions, or municipalities, or SOEs and national government. The Cape Town acting city manager is not attending meetings, and the mayor needs to deal with this misbehavior. Brian Maduka is the contributor to all these problems, and we blame Madam Zille for bringing us this failure. We therefore would like to register our dissent to this culture of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Thank you.
Councillor Buthelezi.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me say greetings to our caucus leader, Councillor Dada Morero. It is unfortunate that I come at a time when the item is so critical to complete. Speaker, this morning I woke up to the news that one of the financial institutions I dearly love is sponsoring the opposition to where I'm standing. And further, when I look at item number 6, after people have been schooled, I was expecting them to ask for a caucus so that they change their instructions from their principals, but they never did. When you look at item number 10, you also expected justice to be done, as it was quoted by Councillor Marema, on how this whole thing has been strategized as part of the vehicles that seeks to ensure that 2024 takes a particular posture. That being said, it is not a surprise anyway that they didn't ask for a caucus, these green members, because they are baby to where I'm standing. So the UIFWs, to some of us, they are very close to our hearts, because it has been mentioned on several occasions that those who belong in this committee at some point will be regarded as corrupt. Yet the very same mayor that is, sorry, not the mayor, but the city manager that is currently acting has never been there. Even the entities that we are expected to be questioning so that we get clarity on these matters, they never attend. But because of the time and the fact that you yourself, Speaker, you are on the headlines here, on the 600,000, hopefully you are not on the wasteful expenditure yourself. One day you'll be able to recover this 600,000. All that being said, we are not in agreement with what has been proposed. Thank you very much.
Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Speaker. I'm just going to comment on the aspects of impact. When you're dealing with past UIFWs to write off and there's no other mechanism in which we can collect monies. So if I look at this, this is by design. It's by design of officials who are willing to steal from the city and from our ratepayers and from our communities. That being said, is very problematic when every time you want to try and get people to be accountable, miraculously always resign. And it's either we have a problem with how our processes are, that we're not doing the investigations timelessly, that we can actually hold them to account, or again, it's by design, that it's done, that we can steal the money, get done what needs to be done, and move on. I did raise a question in impact, and I'm hoping legal will assist us. I've asked whether the new amendments to the Act are retrospective, which means then we'll then put all these names on the list of those officials who have committed these offences. And that being said, Chair, I'm going to close off with saying the recommendations then are for item 12 on page 12.3 and 12.4. Must I do all of them now? Oh, okay. The other lot on page 13.4, 14.3 and 14.4, and I'll ask Council that we write these amounts off. Thank you.
Councillors, you've heard the recommendation pages. Is the recommendations agreed to? Councillors, I've heard the yeses. Have it.
Item 15, Oversight Visit Report of the Section 79 Governance Committee to Meadowlands Municipal Court, 25 May 2022.
Councillor Msitla.
Oh, Speaker. Ubujishe pujisho feja level fast. And this year, please register our concern about the item. Thanks.
Is there anybody
Send them.
else?
Thanks.
It's noted, Councillor Msitla. Councillor Mkina.
No, thank. Oh no. My reason for raising the hand, Speaker, it's I can see that we are starting with the oversight reports, and there is a decision by this very same council on oversight reports that we are not discussing on these items. From item 15 right to item 30, that is a decision that we have. So I wanted to check if you are allowing us to discuss, because I think we must rescind the decision first before we can actually discuss the oversight. And I'm sure, Chief Whip is not here. We also spoke about it at Whippery, and we stick to the decision as well of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was just on the dissent, and obviously we've noted the EFF's dissent on item 12, 13, and 14. On the items that you've spoken about, Councillor Mkina, I got the indication that the whips have agreed not to speak on the items. The whips have agreed not to speak on the item, and for that reason, I see a whole lot of names on it, and I don't know whether the whips have changed that, because there's a list of names on it. If I can get an indication from the whips. You can rise, Councillor. What's his name again? Okay. Councillor Couturiers, you've raised your hand.
Yes, Speaker. Our speakers want to speak if they've got anything to say.
They are going to speak, okay. And then MMC.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, you must not confuse us, yourself and your office. Because Councillor is correct. We agreed in the last meeting. The oversight report, there are committee reports, they will not be debated in this house. And we agreed to that. And they were not debated. So they need to be consistent in how we operate as the council. So it is your office in a way that create all this confusion. Because when names are submitted to the speaker's list, your office must not allow for that because the consensus on that. So we cannot each and every meeting debating one and the same thing, whether we should engage or not on the oversight reports. So there need to be one decision or resolution of this house. And the last decision that we took was that these reports are not going to be debated and we are not going to change today.
Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I've heard you. Martin.
We can't wait for the motion to remove the speaker today.
Speaker. Councillor Danja, please switch off your mic.
Speaker, I'm not a whip, but I would venture forth that if most of the parties and their whips, and in terms of what was raised by the ANC, have said, the parties did not put their names down on the list because it was agreed that nobody would be speaking. Now, if we're going to allow certain speakers, according to the list that has gone through, I think incorrectly, then we've got to open it up to everybody. And that's just going to become unmanageable because people are going to have to then caucus as to who wants to speak on what matters. And, Chair, I think we need to abide by, as was said by the IFP and the ANC, we need to abide by the rules. And if it was agreed that we wouldn't speak, we shouldn't be speaking. We don't need to be here again till 1 in the morning. Thank you, Speaker.
I think councillors, which also includes the MMC, remember that parties have sent in these names. No. These names were sent in by political parties, and the office accepted them. Right? So if you had discussed it at the WIPs, and this is for future, if you had discussed it at the WIPs, please don't send in the names. You have sent in the names. Asiruna. So if that was the agreement at the WIPs, then these names are off. Yes. Thank you very much. Councillor Christians, last one on this.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of Rule 18.4, your job is to protect the freedom of speech and debate in Council and its committees, which you have done by submitting the names of those who've come to you to speak. And if there is a resolution of the whippery, which was the same thing in the previous term, can I then suggest a 10-minute break for the whippery to sit together and come with that resolution so can re-adopt it with the amendment by Councillor Mabaso that when it comes to oversight reports, the MMCs must not be part of that list. Thank you.
Councillor Khadebe, am I closing it right there? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't see why you acknowledge the Councillor Christians because you had already made a ruling. And it is not the first time that this has happened. It's not only this meeting whereby we had speakers on oversight, and then when we came here, nobody spoke on it. It is not the first time. So I don't see why, Speaker, you will make a ruling, then you want to take a hand. It was agreed in the WIPAR meeting, and we are withdrawing all our speakers that were sent there. I think Councillor Mabaso gave us a direction there. He was very progressive to say that it is the mistake that was done. So in future, when this happens, then the Speaker's office also must note that nobody must speak on oversights. Then those names, whether the political party has sent names or not, but those names can be removed from the Speaker's office also. So, Speaker, for the sake of progress, can we please move on? Because we have made a ruling already on that matter.
Councillor Ngobeni. MMC.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good afternoon to all the councillors. I think the way to move forward is this particular, because we are hearing views from councillors. Some of them are saying there is a rule that we shouldn't speak, and there is no such a rule that we shouldn't speak on oversight. But the way to move forward, and the WIPARI says they've agreed somewhere in the corners that there won't be anyone speaking here. The way to move forward so that we don't have this debate again, I will suggest that the WIPARI bring a resolution here. That says that going forward, henceforth, we're not going to be, so that we don't go and prepare our speeches and then come here and then we are asked to withdraw. Let's make it a resolution of this council that going forward we will not be speaking. But that resolution needs to be tabled here so that we all agree. And then tomorrow when Councillor Mtrina is the speaker, that she doesn't turn around and, and do funny things. So Speaker, I will propose that you give the WIPARI 5 minutes to draft a resolution that we can approve here. All of us, we agree. Then going forward, we don't have to debate these matters going forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, councillors, can I just, I know that I've made a ruling already. One minute, Councillor. Okay. I know I've done that, but I'd really want the WIPARI to take, to give them the 5 minutes to do that, because when you send in names to the Speaker's office, you are confusing us. You send the names in, right? And the officials cannot refuse when a political party has sent in their names to put them on the list. Democratically, we've put them on the list. But I want you to take that resolution, as Councillor, as the MMC have said. 5 minutes so that you can do that. Thank you very much.
Speaker. No, Speaker. Can I be the last one to address you on this matter? Speaker, part of your powers, I think it's number 5. It says you are responsible for the management of this council. So you can't say we are the ones confusing you. You are confusing us, yourself and your office. Because if we send names here, you need to reject them on the basis that these reports are not debated. So you can't say we are the ones confusing you, because you are the one responsible for the management of this council, not us.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Ziyakhala manje.
Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to correct MMC Ngobeni. We didn't meet in corners. It was an official meeting. And, it's actually said that we have... Councillor Marisa. Marisa. I'm just saying we need to correct it. We didn't meet in con. But also, having said that, Speaker, it can't be that we have meetings. The whip was supposed to inform you after that meeting because there was consensus in that particular meeting. It can't be that we, every time we come to council, we have to leave here morning hours. No, man.
Thank you. Okay. Whip. Chief Whip. Can I just close it?
Thank you, Speaker. At the multi-party whip, thank you, Speaker. At the multi-party whip that we had on Monday, it was agreed that we won't be talking on oversight reports subsequently to that. And I know I also did inform your office, but yeah, so can I perhaps suggest a 5-minute meeting with the whips quickly just to get this matter resolved finally? Thank you.
Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just for the process on your ruling, I think it will be a good idea if every caucus leader stands up, because you did do the ruling, so you don't turn your ruling around, to say that they withdraw their speakers from items, whatever it could be, 16 to, I think, 28 or 29, then it's not in contradiction to your ruling. So then we do a self-correct, because there's a lot of different political parties on here, and then we can actually take the caucus break, so we don't turn your ruling around. Thank you.
Councillors, can I, at this point, stick to my ruling, that there won't be debate on those items? Because the further we debate, the more time we are wasting, that all the speakers that are on the oversight items be taken off, and that we continue from item, what is the next one? Yeah, we will table them, obviously, as normal. And that will be done by the chairpersons. And we know the process. You table them, the recommendation page, and done. Thank you. Yeah. All the oversight ones.
Item 15, Oversight Visit Report of the Section 79 Governance Committee to Meadowlands Municipal Court, 25 May 2022.
Who's on that? It's Councillor. Councillor Whistler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Executive Mayor, Acting City Manager, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all chairpersons of respective Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties, fellow councillors, managers, officials of council, distinguished guests, fellow citizens, all protocol observed. I rise on behalf of the Section 79 Committee on Governance to table the oversight report held at Meadowlands Municipal Court in Soweto on the 25th of May 2020 under Group Legal and Contracts Department. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention and to the Council of the City of Johannesburg the following concerns raised by the committee during the oversight visit. Meadowlands Municipal Court operates 1 day a week due to small numbers of prosecutable cases. Speaker, can I please be protected? It's very noisy behind me.
Councillors, can I ask for less movement at the back there and obviously the noise? So that we can get through these items. Thank you. Councillor Whistler.
Thank you. Meadowlands Municipal Court operates only 1 day a week due to the small number of prosecutable cases registered on the court roll. The computer and printer are not working. The officials complained to the lack of budget from the city to support the prosecutor's office. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to indicate that I'm greatly concerned with the Meadowlands Municipal Court as it is experiencing problems receiving prosecutable cases due to bylaw enforcement officer errors. This is due to the lack of proper training and lack of consequent management part of the bylaw enforcement officers. Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit and do nothing while the bylaw enforcement officers, Environmental Health and JMPD continue to commit errors when using summonses. For example, the officers could not complete the location of the offence and had the incorrect court date. Some had incorrect court numbers, while other summonses did not have...
Councillor Whistler,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
just the recommendations, please.
I'm literally there, Mr. Speaker.
Only the recommendations.
Mr. Speaker, noting those observations cited in the table, Oversight Report, Section 79 Committee recommends that the Council approve the Oversight Report for the Meadowlands Municipal Court, taking into consideration the comments and recommendations on item 15 to the Council agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is the recommendations agreed to? Thank you. 16.
Item 16, Section 79 Petition Standing Committee Oversight Visit to Helen Joseph Women's Hostel in Alexander, Ward 107, 2nd June 2022.
Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table the oversight report of the Section 79 Petitions Committee to the Helen Joseph's Women's Hostel, and the recommendations is on page 16.2. Just a second. And it is requested that that Council approves the oversight report. It is for noting, and the observation cited. The Housing Department also duly requested to provide the full list of the contractors that were appointed to work at the Helen Joseph Women's Hostel, with details of what was specifically done or they were appointed to do and what progress has been done. And this we request to be furnished to us by no later than the end of September 2022. Thank you.
The recommendations on page 1612, is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 17, Oversight Visit Report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Protea South Clinic in Region D on 19 May 2022.
Chairperson Makwenchu.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Executive Mayor, Dr. Mpopalatse. I guess it would suffice to say all protocol observed. I rise on behalf of the Section 79 Committee on Health and Social Development to table item number 17, which is a report on an oversight visit at the Protea South Clinic, which was conducted on the 19th of May, 2022. I request that the Council approves the recommendations of the committee. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendation is on page 17.6. Is the item agreed to?
Item 18, Oversight Visit Report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Zandspruit Clinic in Region E on the 17th May 2022.
Councillor Makwenchu.
In actual fact, Speaker, I would like to, if you allow me to combine all of them, which is item number 17, item number 18, and item number 19. Thank you.
Councillor Makwenchu, if you can switch off your mic. The secretary will table the last two.
Item 19, oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee on Deep Sloot Farm, Food Empowerment Zone and Agri-Resource Center on the 17th of May, 2022.
Councillor Chairperson Makwenchu.
I ask the council to actually accept the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations on the last two items, on 18 and item 19, item 18 is on 18.7 to 18.8. Is the item agreed to? Councillors, I can't hear you. Thank you. On item 19, the recommendations are page 19.8. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 20, oversight visit report of the Section 79 Finance Committee to Tuso House Revenue Center on the 8th of June, 2022.
Chairperson De Lange.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Finance Committee, I rise to table the oversight visit report of the Section 79 Finance Committee to the Tuso House Revenue Center on the 8th of June, with the recommendations being on page 20.10. I ask of Council to accept the report. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendations on page 20.10 is the recommendations agreed to. Thank you very much. The following items, through the chairperson, Councillor Maila, would you want to combine all of them? Before I read them out, we have not tabled them yet. I just want a confirmation. Should we read all of them out?
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you. Secretary, please read all of them.
Oversight visit of Section 79 Public Safety Committee to the JMPD Academy on the 23rd May 2022. Item 22, oversight visit of Section 79 Public Safety Committee to the Proteed Land Fire Station on the 23rd of May 2022. Item 23, oversight visit of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee to the Integrated Intelligence Operations Center on the 9th of June 2022. Item 24, oversight visit of the Section 79 Committee Public Safety to the Langlaagte Licensing Center on the 20th of June 2022. Item 25, oversight visit of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee to the Marlborough License Center on the 20th of June 2022. And item 26, joint oversight visit of the Section 79 Public Safety and Corporate and Shared Services Committees to the MASA projects on the 18th of May 2022.
Chairperson Maila.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Greetings and salutations. I rise on behalf of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee to table the committee's oversight reports as indicated, and I ask of Council to approve the reports. Yes, many thanks.
Councillors,
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, just an indication that item 26 is actually a joint oversight visit following a brief discussion between myself and the chairperson of the group, corporate and shared. We ask that this item be withdrawn for additional input and resubmission in keeping with the dictates of Rule 124, Sub-Rule 3 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council 2016. I thank you.
is that item 26? So item 26, you're asking for it to be withdrawn. There was a mistake on item 27. We've called item 27. It does not belong to you, Chairperson Maila. It actually is an item that belongs to Councillor Sifumba, Chairperson Sifumba. Just to go through the recommendations, you can take your seat. It was tabled. Councillors, starting from item 21, the recommendations on item 21 is on page 21.3. Is the item agreed to? Item 22.3, is the item agreed to? Item 23.3, is the item agreed to? The recommendations are on item 24.3, is the item agreed to? Recommendations are on page 25.3, is the item agreed to? Thank you. Item 26 is withdrawn. Please read out item 27, Secretary.
Item 27, oversight visit of the Section 79 Committee on Community Development to Keith Fleming Park, Parkhurst Soccer and Bowling Club, Mel Park Sport Complex and Brixton Recreational Center on the 12th of July 2022.
Chairperson Sifumba.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table the oversight visit of the Section 79 Community Development Committee to Keith Fleming Park, Parkhurst Soccer Bowling Club, Mel Park Sport Complex, and Brixton Recreation Center on the 12th of July 2022. Would like to request Council to approve the recommendations that are cited on the report. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Councillors, the recommendations are on page 27.7. Is the item agreed to? Item 29, GOD. We're going to deal with them the same way, Secretary.
Item 28, GOD Committee Oversight Visit Report to the Metro Center Building to check the universal access of people with disabilities on the 7th June 2022. Item 29, GOD Committee Oversight Visit Report to the Metro Link Building on the 7th of June 2022. Item 30, GOD Committee Oversight Visit Report to 2 Quarter Street Shelter in Hillbrow on the 7th of June 2022.
Chairperson Del Valle.
Good afternoon, Speaker of Council. I rise on behalf of the GOD Committee to table items 29, 28, and 30 for consideration by Council. Speaker, I ask that Council please approve the recommendations noted in various GOD oversight reports on pages 28.3, 28.4, 29.3, 29.4, and page 30.4. I thank you.
Councillors, is the recommendations agreed to? Thank you very much.
Item 31, public participation for community-based planning September to November 2022.
Yeah. Councillor Gadebe, you wanted to speak on this or make changes? I see your name is on the speaking list.
No, Speaker, we can continue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chair of Chairs, Makubele.
Thank you, Speaker. We ask that the House notes the report. Thank you.
Councillors, is the item noted?
Noted.
Thank you.
Item.
Chair Mike.
Item 32, changes in membership of the various Section 79 committees.
Is it noted? Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the noting, but just three minor changes that on development planning, Councillor Kivat and Councillor Mabunda are actually full-time members, not alternates on the report. And for programming, the alternate of I. Rayton from the DA comes off and comes W. Alexander comes on. I've got that. And then also just on rules, the Councillor S. Majola and the that comes off, as well as the one that says LAD green. Thank you. We ask Council to approve the report with those changes. Thank you.
If those changes can just be in a written form given to the Secretariat for them to record it properly.
Item 33, appointment, update and acting arrangements for senior managers, Section 54 and 56.
MMC Ngoveni.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Action SA is asking for a caucus break. Yeah, I don't know if other councillors are going to ask for a caucus break to deal with the motions, but we also want to caucus on that as well, including this particular item that you are calling. So can we ask for a 10 to 15 minutes caucus break?
Councillors, at this point, the MMC has asked for that break, and I would please urge all other caucuses to take the break at the same time, use this opportunity for that break. And I'm going to give you 20 minutes, Councillor MMC. 1 minute before we leave, MMC Mkina, Councillor Mkina.
You're prophesying.
Today, Speaker, MMC.
It made you smile for the
Speaker,
day.
no, thank you very much. Speaker, I think I do agree to the break, but I was suggesting that, seeing that we will be considering the agency reports, I mean the in-committee reports, not long, can we be given those reports so that when we caucus on everything, then we come back ready for the next items. Thanks.
We've still got officials in the House, and they might just distribute them to the wrong people, and I don't want that to happen. You know that officials are not sitting in committee items. Please understand that we cannot distribute those documents of in-committee while the public and other officials are still in the House. Can we please just follow that? Thank you very much. Can we have that 20-minute break and come back, please, in 20 minutes? So if you have to caucus on those two items, please do so. Thanks.
20 minutes is over.
Asiwafuna makwala, asiwafuna mavelasho, asifuna imizwembe. Umhlasibuyayo, umhlasibuyayo, tothula kuthi. Umhlasibuyayo, 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 tothula kuthi. Umhlasibuyayo, 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 tothula kuthi. Umhlasibuyayo, 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 tothula kuthi.
Speaker, 20 minutes is over. 20 minutes lang alphabet Speaker.
Yeah, it
Please.
is. Can you go and have a look where's action?
Speaker, please. Speaker? Speaker? Hello, Speaker, please, can we continue, please, with our meeting? Speaker, please, please, Speaker, can we start? I mean, can we continue with our meeting? The minutes that were requested are long. Exhausted or whatever. I feel exhausted now. We have exhausted all the 30 minutes we requested. Please.
Councillors, councillors.
Speaker, does someone want to frustrate us, please? 20 minutes is 20 times 4 already. They've been there out for an hour now.
Councillors, I have sent one of the protocol officers to go and see where Action SA is. We are just waiting for them. They are long over time. I know I'm just as impatient as you are. Councillor McKenna, if you remember well, you've also done it previously. Councillor McKenna, if you remember well, you've also done it previously. So let's wait for them. Thanks.
They want to frustrate us. They want to frustrate us. Deliver it. This is frustration. Deliver it. So, you see, we must.
Speaker, let's start the meeting, man.
Councillors, can we settle down, please? Can we take our seats? Councillors, can we settle down, please? Councillors, please settle down. Can you take your seats? Thank you. Chief Whip. Councillor Marais.
Speaker, thank you. We sorted out, we just had a few issues we needed to sort out. We apologize for it taking longer than normal, Speaker. They're now 20 minutes, but we sorted. Thank you so much.
Councillors, can you settle down, please? Councillor Mtuna. Please help. Councillor Mbengwa is getting married today, that's why he's... I don't know what is going to happen to my niece. Councillor Marais and Councillor Bitcow, can you hear me? Can I just get a response first from MMC Ngobeni? MMC?
Yes, Speaker. No, thank you very much for the 20 minutes you gave us.
It was more.
We apologize that we extended it by another 20 minutes, but it was to make sure that, you know, the entire caucus is aware of all the items and we are all aligned on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, I'm going to ask again that we settle down. Those councillors still coming in, please do so quietly. MMC not.
Thank you, Speaker. May I please request that we defer item 33 to after item 36, if you don't mind. Thank you.
You say defer?
So move it after 36, if that makes more sense. Thank you, Speaker.
In other words, you want item 35 moved?
33, Speaker.
To item...
So item 33?
After item...
36.
36.
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, we're going to deal with item 34, then 35, and then 33, no, 36. I got the sequence right. Okay. Secretary, if we can start with, yeah.
Item 34, outcome of the recruitment and selection process and request to re-advertise the position of the Executive Director, Health.
Councillor Ngwenya.
ngiyabingelela kinonke la endlini. Ekubingeleleni kwami ngiphakamise ukubingelela okukhulu kumphathi we-EFF la eGoli, oSiphetele Grassroots. It's of high interest that the DA-led municipality is taking the employment by governmental sphere serious. Yet, Ukoko Zile promoted the view that the governmental sphere does not have a composition of job creation. Do you guys still remember that? Let's move on. Or is this approval brought to this council or acknowledgement that it's not of umsebenzi? Yet you have posted to the principal, to the president of such is not done or established in governmental sphere. Hey, DA, talking to you. Now, now in the continuation of the observation, MMC Councillor Knott seems to be across all spheres of the panels. Is she applying the bossy run in the office of the employment? Or is she driving what we previously saw in this sitting of council, where certain preferred individuals are needed? Can you please get a feedback there? Or if not of the 2 points that were made, then can she let the panel exist without her presence? Or what she can do is to guide or monitor how the team will undoubtedly apply the processes and the framework of the regulatory. In closing, oh no, before you even close, in closing, part of our proud EFF, we are proud that the implementation of our unnegotiable pillar, which is you are building a state and a governmental capacity, that is what we have been emphasizing on to then say the government will be create a portion of employment. With that being said, we approve on condition that MMC must not be part of the panel. Upon the approval, also we put in the concern that this has been an outstanding. The retirement had happened on June 2022. The position has been vacant ever since till today. Also, out of all the applicants that have applied, are you guys then saying all of them are incompetent? Or is it because the preferred guide, MMC is not happy with? It is of extreme disappointing that the city takes such time in appointing for the vacancies. Or perhaps is it the city style for having it
7 seconds.
For having it to be in an acting phase for this law. In closing, we are saying we're approving it on condition that MMC Councillor is not part of the
Councillor
panel.
Ngwenya, your
I thank
time
you.
is expired. Councillor Raan. Councillor Ngwenya, can you switch off your mic, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Mayor, fellow councillors and distinguished guests. It is very refreshing that we have these reports that get scrutinized in the HR process under our esteemed DA, MMC Leonot, because for the first time within years, there's a high standard that's been held to appointments of positions of this caliber and senior managers. We need people that are fit for purpose. We need to ensure that we are getting the best quality recruited for these positions in order to serve the residents of Joburg. So I'm with pride standing by DAMMC Leon in how she's holding this department to account and ensuring that our panels are producing the best results that we can. Thank you. We approve this and support this item.
Councillor Nguse.
Thank you, Speaker. Fraternal greetings to the leadership of the African National Congress. Speaker, allow me to quote the Turkish proverb. When a clown moves into a palace, it does not make him a king. It just makes the palace a circus, close quote. That is the current situation in the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, we deliberately allowed a psychologist to preside over this council precisely because in a few hours you might need his attention. Speaker, as the African National Congress, we do not have much to say. Except, Speaker, just protect me from individuals who are anti-listening. That is my request.
Please continue, Councillor Nguse. You are
to
protected.
make their input. No, we can't be having howlers non-stop in council in this fashion, Speaker. However, Speaker, the African National Congress is very explicit that the recruitment process for the ED of health must follow the proper process. Key to that is ensuring that there's an adherence to the employment equity and consideration for people with disability, female representation, young people, and most importantly, the minimum requirements for this position must be clear and adhered to. It is not an opportunity for anyone to consider their bodies, like we know. But a clear opportunity to ensure that the city of Johannesburg gets an incumbent who will lead and transform the real suffering health system of our city and the country at large. We are in principle saying you may continue, but other things must never be omitted. We thank you.
MMC not.
Thanks, Speaker. In reference to the first councillor's comments, I would really encourage you to read the regulations on the appointments of senior managers because it is regulated from national government in terms of the selection panel, which consists of 3 but no more than 5 persons. The municipal manager is the chairperson, the member of the mayoral committee or councillor who is the portfolio head of the relevant portfolio. And at least one other person who is not a councillor or staff member, which would be your external expert. The other 2 are then selected by council. That is legislated, so I'm not going to go too much into that. I think the second query with regards to competency, yes, again, these battery of tests are supplied by Kochta. We don't even have the questions. They are administered on their behalf, and the candidates are appointed in terms of legislation where you cannot, by law, appoint somebody that is below a competent level. However, during this particular exercise, and it was quite a good one, and I'd possibly like to introduce the councillor to MMC Sauls the first. If you've met him, I can assure you he wouldn't let anyone walk over him in a selection panel, particularly when it came to the competency of a candidate. And what has transpired from that is an outdated job description which basically requires that we have a medical doctor for this portfolio, not taking into account that this portfolio also encompasses environmental health as well as social development. And since these have been added, that job description has never been updated. So what we really need is a public health practitioner with strong competencies in environmental health and social development. So that job description is pretty much finished. So once this council report is approved with the grace of council, we are able to go forth with that. We'll then be able to attract a much better candidate and somebody that is more suited towards local government in this particular portfolio. And that is something I think the multi-party government is very much committed to. Thank you.
Councillors, the item 34, the recommendations is on page 34.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you very much.
Item 35, return on implementation of decisions of council for the period December 2021 to May 2022.
Councillors, I don't have any speakers on this particular item. No speakers. MMC not.
Thanks, Speaker. We ask Council to note these items. They are uploaded and they have been provided from the City Manager's office. Thank you.
Councillors, recommendations are on page 35.2. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 36, recruitment process and appointment of the group head, group strategy, policy coordination and relations.
Councillors, on this item, I also don't have any speakers. Councillor Nguse, I see you've put up your hand. From Action SA, Councillor van der Schijf. Anybody else? Are you the speakers on this item? Councillor Nguse? Councillor Nguse? Just give me an indication, please.
I am, Speaker.
Councillor van der Schijf, are you the speaker on this one? If you can rise, Councillor van der Schijf. Thank you.
Good evening, Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise on behalf of Action SA on item 36. We support the item along with the recommendations cited in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor van der Schijf. Councillor Nguse.
Thanks, Speaker. Academics will tell you culture eats your strategy for breakfast. Meaning if you don't have, Speaker, cows protect from those people. It is our request.
Councillor Nguse, please continue. Thank you.
Kaniegu kaula bafethu. Kanime. If you have nothing to say, fabeka la please. Speaker, they will tell you that culture eats your strategy for breakfast. Meaning if you don't have the right culture, no matter how strong your strategy it is, you will still fail. The ANC therefore recommends that you appoint a person who understands the culture and strategy, a person who's able to transform the city for a better buy-in by the residents. Strategy is not only fancy words and documents that are put together, but a roadmap to a successful organization in line with the vision of the city of Johannesburg. A company with no proper strategy is a company with no direction and vision. Do not put us on autopilot by bringing dubious characters with no tested and proven background. We thank you.
MMC not.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure there were any questions there, but we ask Council to approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 36.7. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 33, appointment update and acting arrangements for senior managers, section 54 and 56.
Councillor Nutt.
Thanks, Speaker. In light of the approval of item 36, we would like to request that the acting arrangement for GSPCR be removed from the recommendations of this report. It is obviously no longer required.
MMC not. Can you, is it on in the body of the recommendations? MMC not, I did not hear you properly. I didn't understand what you were saying, and I want clarity around that. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. As you know, I cannot predetermine the outcome of a report, so item 36 approved the appointment of the group head for GSPCR. At the same time, the acting arrangement for GSPCR ends today. So the acting report included an acting arrangement for GSPCR, which now needs to be removed, because the appointment has been made in item 36. So the request is that the recommendation that is applicable to the extension of the acting appointment for GSPCR no longer form part of the recommendations.
So in other words, we are just removing that part out of the agenda, but still approving the rest of the report. Now it's understood. Councillor Msitla.
You see, Speaker, if you read from page 33, we are going to realize that what Councillor Knott is referring to is part of the actual report. So it's not a standalone document. Therefore, the executive must simply just replace and load so that this council approves the proper document, because you can't isolate what she's saying. Because if you read, the acting arrangements are all in one document. So, because once we just do things verbally in this council, then in the drive and our manual documents are containing this, and if we're just saying we are approving, therefore we are approving the document as it is. Let's do it correctly, procedurally, the way we have always done it. I thank you.
MMC not, can I suggest that you do that electronically, and obviously so that we come back to this item if needed?
That's not a problem, Speaker. We will upload an amended item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Msitla, are you covered?
I'm not covered, Speaker, because then it means the item must still come back. I agree that's what it means. So it means we are putting this item aside, continuing with other items, then we will go back to the item. That's what I wanted to stand on for, because we cannot just have sections of a report being removed like that. If they do their work properly, let them withdraw the report, because there's not even an agency in that thing. If they are not withdrawing the report, let's shelve it, put it aside, go to other reports, come back to it later. Thanks.
MMC? So you've agreed on that. Please just repeat it. No,
Speaker, I
no.
think Councillor Masuku already alluded to that and we've agreed.
Okay, in other words, that you will change the report and resend it. Thank you. Now we get to the in-committee reports. At this time, I'm going to ask our visitors on top to please excuse us until we are done in committee, that the guys that are recording, please switch off your cameras or recording devices. I'm addressing you on top that you stop recording at this point, that those that the officials in front here, legal advisors, the secretary to council, the minute taker, who's taking the minutes? Judith? It's yourself?